Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope you're all doing well today. Today is Triforce Tuesday, week 35. We are still currently playing Twilight Princess, and I definitely am not going to get distracted on my journey. Alrighty. Twilight Princess. Last time we left off, we had just defeated... What did we defeat? Where did we leave off? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know. You were here. We were somewhere. We did something cool. Probably. Nice bit count for the next incentive. That's the current incentive. That's the Majora's Mask Brando incentive. All right. Let's go check out the Twilight. Is hopefully volume's okay. I think everything should be all right. Let me know if I need to change anything. Oh gosh. Oh right. Okay. So here we are. We went through the whole cutscene with Zant destroying everything, and Midna is currently powerless. Also, one of the best songs in the game here. Audio sounds okay. Thank you. So we're currently trapped in the real world, but in our Twilight form. Because Zant cursed us. Hi, kitty. I just hate the rain. I can't get comfortable whether I sit or stand. I can't get comfortable whether I sit or stand. I can read. Maybe my sixth sense is trying to tell me something. You can talk to animals in your wolf form, and you scare humans. Look at the little kitty. He's just a baby. Eek, that thing on your back, is it alright? The Zora kid came through here looking as bad as that. Why don't you take this one to Telma's bar too? Good idea. Can you scare the old man who you donated a ton of money to? Look at all the little kitties following. You look so stern with that look on your face. You'll frighten the humans. Haven't seen your face around here before. If you want to know about this town, you should ask Louise. Or just Telma's cat. Telma and Louise. Ah! Beast, get out! Rude. Now what do I do? You there. Hello, kitty. You're Edward, correct? Yes, I thought so. I could just tell, you know? I'm Luis. Do you remember meeting me in the shop before? Though I don't think we were properly introduced. In any case, I must tell you, I'm a bit puzzled as to why you look like that. Really, dear, you can't blame the humans for tossing you out the way you look. Oh, another patient. You certainly are a curious sort. Please. Princess Zelda. This way. Here, get in through the window. The attic is connected to the castle's waterway. It's an old waterway, though, so it could be a rough trip. Well, I suppose all that's left to do is to make sure that the humans don't notice you. No, where are you going? What are you doing, Link? First try. The elder told me to escort Telma, but this city air does not suit my skin. Ah, that's a shame. Are there more kitties in this game? Asking for a friend. There are plenty of kitties. How's it come to this, huh? Monsters walking in the streets of town. What in the world are the soldiers of Hyrule doing? Gorons are so much more reliable than they are, it's not even funny. Gotta be careful here. I don't want to knock down the pots. Expose myself. I heard that an acquaintance of Telma's defeated... heard an acquaintance of Telma's defeated the beast that had been attacking tourists on the bridge. His name was Edward. Sounds as though he brought Telma and her young ward to Kakarika village. And here I was thinking Hyrule was empty of man of valor. Oh no, I don't believe he's from Hyrule proper at all. My understanding is that he's from the small neighboring province of Ordana. This may sound horribly elitist, but people who do not know the city simply do not know fear. Yeah, it sounds a bit elitist. Hey Hocus, thanks for the good luck. Caddy, hello, welcome in. Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys had a good weekend. How's Zelda going? We just got started. It's gonna be a it's gonna be one of those it's gonna be one of those Zelda streams where I think we're gonna be doing more side quests than anything today. But obviously we'll attempt to do main quests. But I just think it's gonna be one of those days. How are you guys doing? You got the Poe's Soul. Collect one from each Poe you defeat. See how many you have in the collection screen. How's Meech? You know, I'm hanging in there. Hello. How are you? Gonna be incredibly busy. Oh, thanks for beating the ghost. Can I call you Doggy? Look at the cat on his head. I'm Giovanni. I became consumed by greed long ago and sold my soul to a dark creature that did this to me. No worries, Caddy. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I can't move. I can't go to see my girlfriend. You sold your soul, but you got a girlfriend? That's pretty cool. My pet cat Gangle is frozen on my head. I don't think I could be more miserable. Had a dentist appointment today. Need I say more? Went well. They didn't do. They didn't do much. Yeah, I feel you. I'm definitely, when it comes to anything dental, I'm out. Like I don't want to. I don't have anything to do with it. So I feel you there. I'm glad it went well though. I just like the dentist so much. Yeah, I am. I'm not a fan. I have a favor to ask of you, doggy. Can you find and defeat 20 ghosts that lurk in the dark for me? I think if you can free the pieces of my soul from the ghosts that hold them, I'll be free. Oh, but it's raining now, so I don't think you can go outside directly. I'll open the door to the underground waterway for you. I'd rather get blood drawn than go to the dentist. Getting blood drawn is nothing. I've had blood drawn so many times in the last 2 years of my life. Like 2.5 now. Just going through medical issues. And it's just... I don't even... I've given more blood and, excuse me, but more urine in the past 2 years than I have collectively throughout my entire life. Thinking to donate blood tomorrow? Nice, Hocus. Dentist sleep. Yeah, donating blood is good. Big piss guy, huh? What's up, Soup? Hope you're doing well, man. We had a good weekend. That's what you get for being sick. Yeah. That's what my organs get for failing me. Once the rain stops, you can come back in here by digging around the front wall where the cats gather. Understand, doggy? Yes, yes. Alright. Well, let's go into our waterway. So we've, if you didn't realize, we've now unlocked the ability to kill Pose. Which is going to be fun. Because I'm 100%ing this game. Which means I'm going to get all of them. We're going to spend quite a bit of time doing that, I think. Whee! Pretty much what I have planned for the day is mostly collecting. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. In these later Zelda games, these bigger Zelda games, like it happened obviously with Wind Waker on a few streams, but these bigger Zelda games, like I think we're gonna get, you know, those full streams of just collecting things because it's just so integral to 100%ing the game. I don't even like to use urinals. I've always been a stall man. Always been a stall man. Hello? Stall man, huh? Oh, I can't. Oh, I see. I was trying to do my my charge attack, but I forgot Minda's currently dying. It doesn't quite work. So this song is called Midna's Lament, and it's typically considered one of the one of the best songs in the game. People really like this one. Wish I could donate the fat from my body. I mean, that is a thing that people can do. I have heard of that. Being able to donate excess fat / skin for specifically for burn victims, which is really interesting. What's up, Retro? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Had a nice weekend. Midnight looking a bit rough, yes. Sadly. It's I guess it's not fat per se. It's like the excess skin from fat. I suppose if you have like weight loss surgery, or you do lose a lot of weight and you have the excess skin from the weight loss, then if you opt to donate it, you can basically get that procedure done for free to get rid of the excess skin. I only know that because I had a coworker whose wife did that. About to jump in a meeting. Good luck with your meeting, Retro. Hope it goes well. I guess it's not the fat per se, but yeah, win-win really, for sure. You do a good deed and you I guess you feel better about yourself too. I don't think I need this stick anymore. Gonna get something to drink. Okay. You guys drinking right now? Hey, relax. I've been talking to Doomtap about weight loss since he's succeeded in it. I think I'm going to try some sort of fasting in the nearish future. Still got to figure out what would work for me. So for, I don't even know how long it's been. 3-ish years, I think now. I've been doing intermittent fasting. I never stopped doing it. Which I know is also something that Doomtap had done for a while. I don't know that he still does it or what, but so I've been doing intermittent fasting for I think around 3 years, something like that. And I mean it 16/8. Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, 16/8. So 8 hours. Hopefully that's what you mean. Unless it's the other way around, 8/16. But usually your eating window is the smaller one. But yeah, I do 16/8. I allow myself an 8-hour window for eating, and then don't touch anything the other 16 hours. And that's really easy for me. Personally, I'm not a big eater. I mean, you guys, most of you know that. I don't like crave food or anything like that, but I've also never been like a huge snacker, but there was a time where I would snack more frequently. Like I would just grab something because I was like bored or whatever, like grab some candy or whatever. Oh no. Okay, I didn't fall all the way down. I would grab, just whatever I wanted and just snack on it because I was bored or didn't have any stimulation or anything. And I realized like how bad that is for your body, and I was just like, I should probably stop doing that. And also drinking was a big one because, like I said, I've been doing it for 3 years. So I was also drinking at like when I started doing intermittent fasting. So I wouldn't have alcohol when my window was closed, and that helped things because you go out with friends or whatever, or just be hanging out or whatever it is, and then you're just drinking beers, like you just have one and then you have another and then you have another, and it's like it's been hours and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and you're just consuming empty calories. So putting like a hard stop to that, I think was just like super helpful for me. Yeah, I'm talking about intermittent fasting. And I've just always stuck with it, so I don't eat anything before 12 typically. And if I do, I'll shift Pickle, thank you for the water break. I'll shift my window. I'm not like, it doesn't have to be hard and fast, but typically I allow myself from like 12 to 8. But you know, sometimes I'll decide to have breakfast or whatever, and maybe I'll shift it from like 11 to 7 or 10 to 6 or something. Or if I'm really bad, if I'm really, really bad one day, I might eat breakfast at like 10 and then eat dinner after 6. Ooh, like, you know, one day in a while is not going to kill you, you know? But it's really healthy for you. There's a lot of health benefits to just not stuffing your face with food all the time. Thank you, Pickle, for the water break. So, I don't know. It was nice for me. It works for me, and I still enjoy doing it. I don't really think about food. I don't get those cravings. And I'm not, like, constantly hungry throughout the day. Which, I think by snacking constantly, you know, like, just grabbing something when you've got nothing to do, or you're feeling a little peckish, you know, I think that makes you hungrier throughout the day. You know what I mean? Like, you train your body to get used to having food. And then, you know, kind of depriving yourself of that takes a bit of it takes a bit of time to get used to, but eventually you realize, oh yeah, I don't really need to constantly be feeding myself all the time. I might have an advantage of living at home with parents that are both diabetic. Where am I going? Oh, I'm getting blown by the wind. I thought I was getting, like, Joy-Con drift. I don't think I want to go this way, do I? Is there anything that I can get there? Have other health complications. Which, cause them to alter their diet and eat healthier. Really gotten used to eating like every 3 hours or so, though I may skip breakfast. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I think it's really easy to just train your body to be used to eating when you're just snacking on things around the house or whatever you decide to do. So just like being a little bit more strict about it is a lot healthier, I think, for your body and your brain, because then your mind's not always like, oh, I need to satisfy this hunger or this craving. Oh no, I find myself snacking more if I skip breakfast. I can go longer without food if I at least have breakfast or a good lunch. For me, I just eat 2 meals a day, but that's not even recommended with intermittent fasting even. It's just what I prefer. But you can still eat 3 meals, but snacking in between those meals doesn't allow your body to rest, your gut to rest. Nummies, thank you so much for the 10 months.
I thought this day would never come.
Welcome back, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Hope you had a good weekend, and I hope you had a good work trip. It's the tree of the Meeches. Happy Try Hard Tuesday. Happy Try Hard Tuesday, Vincent. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Hope you all are doing well. We all had a nice weekend. It's been well. Work trip was well. Good. I'm glad to hear. Please tell me, how do we break the curse on this one? This is the one. You need him to save your world. That's why, Princess. Please, you must help Edward. I'm hanging in there, nummies. Thank you. Same stuff, different day. Same John, different John. What binds him is in Excuse me. What binds him is a different magic than what transformed him when he first passed the curtain of twilight. It is an evil power. Our world is one of balance. Just as there is light to drive away darkness, so too is there benevolence to banish evil. Head for the sacred grove that lies deep within the lands guarded by the spirit Pharaon. There you'll find the blade of evil's bane that was crafted by the wisdom of the ancient sages, the Master Sword. The Master Sword is a sacred blade that evil can never touch. Evil cloaks you like a dark veil, and that blade is the only thing that can cleave it. Edward, hero sent by the goddesses. Edward. Like you, I've been granted special powers by the goddesses. Fine, Edward. You can get to the woods on your own, right? Princess, I have one last request. You tell him where to find the Mirror of Twilight? No. Midna, I believe I understand now just who and what you are. Despite your mortal injuries, you act in our stead. These dark times are the result of our deeds, yet it is you who have reaped the penalty. Sad part, yes. This is a sad part. Accept this now, Midna. I pass it to you. I did absolutely nothing but burn Persona 5 Royal for about 40 hours. It was fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Sounds like a nice weekend for you. No, Edward, stop her! What's everybody drinking? I have chamomile tea. I'm on a diet, but I had barbecue pizza this weekend, a winning weekend. Barbecue pizza? Like barbecue chicken pizza or something different? We go back, Edward, back to Farron Woods. Lemon tea, lemon lift? I like lemon lift. Zelda, I've taken all that you had to give, though I did not want it. So, Zelda cured Midna, and we have to find the Master Sword to make Link not a wolf, according to Zelda. That's what she thinks. What's up, Gecko? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We had a good weekend. Barbecue chicken and pulled pork, Monster Zero Ultra Paradise. Interesting. Barbecue chicken and pulled pork on a pizza. Good morning, Gecko. You know all the theories about the Zelda timeline? Pretty much. I mean, I don't know what else is out there. There's a bunch of fan theories and all kinds of stuff, but I know, you know, probably the majority of what everything is going on. How's it going, Gecko? Alright, let's see. Not where I want to go. No, also not where I want to go. Yeah, there's a whole... The whole canonic timeline is just so frustrating. You want to make tea too? Do it! Drink tea. Everybody drink some tea. It's going. Didn't rest nearly enough for the long weekend, but I'm up and at 'em. Yeah, I hope you had a nice long weekend. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. If you did anything, did you do anything? Jank, I think is the word you're looking for. It is very jank. Join the tea club? Yeah, for sure. We should have a tea club. Maybe we should start a tea club. My take on it is that they just remake the game with the same character and names, but it's a different story each time, so there is no timeline. So that's one of the things, that's one of the theories that I first heard from Health was that since it's the Legend of Zelda, it's just the same story being told, but since it's passed down so many times, the story ends up changing, you know, the characters, the situations, the land, everything ends up changing. So I like that so much. I think that's like a perfect way to just not even have a timeline. Don't even have the timeline. One Thanksgiving supper dinner yesterday. Had to skip the rest because of sickness. Oh man, I'm sorry you're sick. Tea Club, black tea it is. Emperor's Bride. Enjoy Hocus. Legend of the Dread Pirate Roberts. Much deeper than I intended. But that's what one of the things that I've heard about the Zelda timeline, or just Zelda in general. And I like that idea so much. It's just that this is the Legend of Zelda, so why not let it be a legend? You know? It's being told by different people, the situations are different, the stories are different, as it gets passed down, things change. Like, I love that idea so much. I think it works perfectly, and you don't need to worry about the timeline. It's just people iterating the same story in different ways. Hyrule Encyclopedia tried to put it all together and they got tired of writing that book. Yeah, I mean, I have a copy. Plus, you actually get a copy. Can I show you without exiting the game? No, I guess I can't. You actually get a copy. I have the Zelda Edition Wii U. So, there's a digital copy of Hyrule Historia on the Wii U, which is pretty cool. Did you save me? Can I get some monkeys in the chat? Thank you. Listen, since you're so nice, let me tell you something. There's a really pretty wooded area on the other side of this cliff. I climbed over there, but when I tried to get deeper into the woods, those guys attacked me. What's in those woods anyway? Monkeys, thanks for the monkeys. It helps the stream. Just they remake the game for money. I mean, you're not wrong. But I do like that actual theory about the timeline, which I think for me is it just works so perfectly. It's my favorite way to think about the Zelda timeline now, ever since Health brought that up to me. I think that's so good. So there's another section of the forest beyond this cliff. All right, Edward, let's go. I mean, the thing is, when did the actual game developers start caring about the Zelda timeline? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of times the game devs are like almost forced into this way of thinking by the fans. Like, oh, we need a timeline. But when did the devs start caring? Because they were just making games for the fun of making games. It didn't matter what the character was. It didn't matter, you know, where he was, what he was doing. They were just making a game for it to be a fun game. They weren't thinking about, oh, this should take place after this, and you know what I mean. Like, so I feel like they're almost forced to care, or at least, oh no, I didn't think I was that close. Or at least pretend to care. Oh, you start all the way over here? Because I fell once, I gotta start all the way over here? Because the fans just make such a big deal about these kinds of things, the lore and this and that, and you know, that it's like if the devs don't comply, then they must not care about their games. But they're just making games to make games and let their fans have fun with it. I have to agree with you that Take On is so much cooler and makes sense. It's oral history and it changes the important parts are the lessons, right? And like, there are obviously similarities and things that stay the same through each game, or at least very close to being the same. But then some of the details just get, you know, twisted or Misremembered. You guys know this song? I was too early. Let's listen again. What's up for real? Oh, I'm too late. Okay. You guys know what song that is? Hope you're doing well for real. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, go follow me on all my little socials. Make me grateful, happy. They make games to make money. I wish they would go back to what made the money in the first place. I know, right? I was making a joke of the exclamation TT when I do have TikTok. Yeah, a bunch of different things link or reroute to that bot command. The wolf does it and he gets rewards. I do it and I get a rubber room. What's wrong with you? Alright, you got who knows what song that is? I think timelines started to be more important after they started having more and more games in the series. I get that it's kind of obvious, but I mean, no one knew the plan until the game was successful. Yeah, exactly. Zelda's Lullaby? No. It's not a Rickroll, no. It's from another Zelda game. Let teachings of old pass to you. Take sword in hand and find me. It is from Ocarina, that's correct. So there's the wolf. Have to go check him out later. Not Saria's song. It's from Majora's. It's not from Majora's. It is the Prelude of Light from Ocarina of Time. It's the one that you use to warp back to the Temple of Time. Spewer tracks, yeah. It's from a future game. Oh. There you go. There's Zelda's Lullaby. I'm such a nerd for Zelda. I know. Just Mandela effect. Yeah, that's what it is. I love Zelda. If I wasn't a nerd for Zelda, I wouldn't be doing Mushroom, thank you for the big stretch. I wouldn't be doing Triforce Tuesday 100% every single Zelda game. Oh, by the way, Nummies, thank you for the sub. You get a I didn't forget. I mean, I forgot to announce it, but you do get a Pokemon pack Halloween opening for that. Thank you. What kind of sub was it? I'm hungry. We call them hoagies here. Nice shirt. What house are you, Gryffindor? I don't understand Harry Potter references. I know that Gryffindor is from Harry Potter, and that's, like, the extent of my knowledge. No matter how many times you defeat these things, they keep coming back, Edward. Actually gonna walk this way and get some subs. There you go. My last few messages sound like I'm trying to roast you, but I promise I'm not. I don't even... This one I don't even understand. I don't care. We ought to lay down a field of dark energy, and that way we beat them all at once. You mean like I just did? Got him. What Harry Potter house are you? I guess you're getting a wheel spin because I don't understand the question. I'll give you a wheel spin, that's fine. I don't know what that means. You said you like just said I'm a nerd for Zelda. That's like the only thing in the world that I'm actually like a nerd for. I'm a nerd for Meeches. Roasting Meech, he's over there looking like a bearded bee, but an awesome bee. It's wait, this part is red, this part's yellow, and this part's blue. What Zelda character am I? I don't know. Probably probably the Skull Kid, honestly. I have no friends. It's blacks. Oh no. Yeah, exactly, not colors again. My shorts red, yellow, and blue. Yeah, it's like maroon, navy, and and like a golden. Where you at? Which way did you go? Okay, I've just done the same thing twice. Be this way? Oh, there he is. I see yellow and black. You guys all need your eyes checked. I hate to tell you. I'm watching you in 4K. My color's right. You're wearing sunglasses. You can't tell me what color I see. If I get closer to the camera. That's just my beard. You can't even see the blue. I've got too much hair to even show you the blue. Can I say something for real? I used to have nightmares about snakes, but a few weeks back, Gluten-Free and I went camping. I picked up my first 2 wild snakes, and now when I have dreams about snakes, they aren't scary. Oh, that's awesome, nummies. That's actually like really cool. I love snakes. I think snakes are great. I think they're super cute, and as long as they don't kill you, that's fine. But if they do kill you, you probably did something wrong, not them. Maybe it's red and blue, sitting in the shade, which makes it look black. I will admit, like looking at the thumbnail, like not the thumbnail, the stream preview, it definitely I can see why it looks black to you guys. Yeah, GG's for changing nightmares into dreams. Imagine. Oh, he's nearby. Is he in here? No, have I gotten further? Wait, do I need to go? Hang on. I think we go up here. Yeah, let's go. I had a snake dream last night even, and I had to get a copperhead out of the bog for your cousin's swimming pool. Wait till they hear about king crobras and the huge extinct, not extinct snakes. Go through here. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Come Ah. Session, then you'll be back. Thank you for the lurk, nummies. Good luck. Hope it goes well. All right. I think the objective here is to kill some, but not all. And then, or is it all? No. And then when he goes to call for more, you delete him. Morning, October. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. A nice weekend. Where is he? There he is. All for friends. Got him. Hanging in there. Hope you're well. Pretty much the same for me, October. Thank you. Which Zelda character are you? All right, we can hang on. Let me pull this up. We can do this later. I'll do that. Thanks, nummies. Bye. Hope I'm Midna. Probably something more tame and annoying. More lame and annoying. Excuse me. So we beat the Skull Kid. GG's us. Sending hugs. Come visit me in Colorado in the winter. Dude, I would love to. That would be amazing. Wonder if I can figure out a way out there. That would be so great. Sending hugs to you too, October. Thank you. I'm the Gravekeeper. Ugly and lonely. Consider it a legit invite. It would be awesome. I just don't know if I'd be able to. Just got roasted. Let's not jump to that aspect. You mean like the two things that define him in the game? Okay. Where do I go? Just here. Here we go. Where's a... Oh, it's not a hair, it's just a thread. I take it back. I don't know, I thought it was funny. Nice shirt. Thanks, Hocus. And the chat was just calling me a bee. They said I look like a bee, even though it's maroon and navy and yellow. I can't even show you. I've got like way too much hair, but that's like, look at the difference when I put my sleeve up to the top part. I'm gonna take a picture of the shirt later. See blue and gold. You're a bee, get over it. Just had to look up what the demon train is for that quiz. And that was certainly a choice. You got the demon train? Too much brown? There's no brown! I gotta take a picture of them. You guys are all color impaired. Oh man. You don't want to be a bee? Bees are awesome. No, I like bees. I just thought it was funny that everybody's agreeing that I'm a bee. We are guardians of this land. Guide us to where we once stood. So they were, obviously, he's in between the two places where they once stood. So this is a puzzle here that's actually pretty fun. Only then can you enter the true sacred grove. All right. So the object is obviously, well, I can't show you by jumping up or down but one of them, since they're facing opposite directions, they always move in opposite ways. So if I go left, one of them will go up, but the other will go right. If I go up, one of them goes up, but one of them goes down. So the object is to get them on their platforms where they were standing. And it's a fun little puzzle here. Green Needle Brainstorm. I did not get that. It's a choice of one of the questions. Oh, I see. It's Harry Potter colors. My monitor has messed up colors. I'm gonna take a picture of the shirt later, or just on big cam. Maybe I can show you guys. Oh, I'm gonna get this guy. Get to the left-hand side. Can get them both on the same plane here. Get him. All right, so they're situated in the same position here. So get them opposites. Get them in the center. And bam! What a gamer. I love puzzles. Go now to the sacred place. East. I remember this entire arc of the game being very frustrating. Anything in particular that was frustrating for you? We yield passage to the sacred grove. All right, easy. Well done. Chasing around the Skull Kid. That's not that bad. I just got Zelda the later questions have zero to do with the game. I think we need a better quiz. If you can find one, any of you in your downtime, we can definitely do one. I think that's fun. Oh my god! We did it! The sword accepted you as its master. Meeting really starting? Alright, nummies, no worries. Good luck. Pog! I'm a real boy! This thing is the embodiment of the evil magic that Zant casts on you. It's definitely different from our tribe's shadow magic. Careful, if you touch it, you'll turn back into a beast. This thing is too dangerous. It's probably for the best if we just leave it here, huh? But on the other hand, if we kept it, you'd be able to transform into a beast anytime you wanted. Yes, since Zant was kind enough to give us this, we should be thankful and use it all we can. If you need it, just call me. I want to keep a low profile, so I'll hide in your shadow when you're human, but I can change you whenever. You can be a wolf anytime you'd like. Also, thanks to this thing, you can warp whenever you want by switching into wolf form. But listen, Edward. I've got a little favor to ask. Would you mind coming with me to find something called the Mirror of Twilight? It's hidden somewhere in Hyrule. Yes, the Mirror of Twilight. Our last potential link to Zant. All right, Pog, we did it. Now, if you weren't following along, we can turn into a wolf whenever we want, which is super handy. And we've broken the curse, and we are on our way to bigger and better things here. I'm a real boy. So sorry, but I had to clip it. No worries. Thanks for the clip. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break, and when we come back, we'll continue. One sec, guys. Okay, we are back. You got Midna in the quiz? Oh, Mifa in the quiz. Nice. Thanks for the welcome back. Let me run a prediction for those of you who are here. We got the Zelda cards. So we'll have the Zelda prediction. Feel free to jump in on that if you'd like. And now comes the really, really, really fun part of this game where I ignore what we're supposed to do and I just collect everything. Oh. Starting with the U. Where are you? You're on the outside? Where are you? Oh, I keep seeing it, like, shine for a second. Hello? Oh, there it is. We got the male snail. Snail fans love that golden color. Thanks for the hello. I guess that counts. I guess it counts. Transform into a wolf. Look, easy as that. First try. Alright, that's 2. Making progress. How handy it is to be able to just be a human or a wolf whenever you want. Look at that lucky number of rupees. Pizza hard, let's go. I feel like we're making pretty good progress in this game. Last week was a bit of a short week, so. Yo, what's up, Sabonis? Thank you for the work, Lurk. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. And GG's on your PB, dude. Thanks for posting it, because I wasn't around, so I would have had no idea otherwise. But awesome to see, dude. Keep it up. Alright, well, I think now comes the really extremely fun part, in which you guys keep me company while I wait for day cycles to change. Yo, TKG. See you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the alert. Appreciate it. So, the thing about Pose, ladies and gentlemen, is that the ones in the overworld can only be found at nighttime. And unlike some other Zelda games, there's no way that you can pass the time. So it has to pass naturally. Is this where I want to go? I don't think it is, actually. You have to wait for the time to pass naturally. Oh, this is where I want to go. Which kind of stinks because... Oh, I can't. Should not have wolfed yet. No, I've gone the wrong way. Alright, I literally cannot see. So anyway, you just have to wait for the time to pass on its own, which can take a while, and it only passes in certain areas. So that's really cool. Yeah, I see you. I'm just trying to rush through this. Probably not my best idea. So the ones in the caves, or anything, you know, underground or anything like that, you can get them at any time. But, again, the ones in the overworld are not as good because you have to have it be nighttime. So, there might be a lot of waiting around is what I'm getting at here. That's 100% baby. Oh, I didn't even recognize that as a hole. Nope, there's two holes here. Hair. Welcome in, hero. That might be my best first time chat ever. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, they said hair. And that's one of my favorite first time chat messages. I've gotten a few good ones. That's definitely up there. Madman. Get up there. Just love this Lance hair. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a lot of it. Certainly have a lot of it. Oh, it puts me at the Are you absolutely kidding me? It puts you at the beginning of the cave if you fall once. Dompe has great hair. Dompe has no hair. In his before years. Yeah, it's just, we just don't see that, right? Oh, hang on one sec. My cat is trying to get out. Hang on one sec. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Link drove him bald coming to his graveyard, opening graves all the time. Is that what happened? Is that the lore? The official lore? Tell Iggy I said meow. I will. He's gone now. He was fast asleep when I got up to use the bathroom. Surprised he got up so quickly. I was literally like one room away from being done with this when I fell, and it sent me all the way back to the beginning, so... Gotta do the whole dang thing again. Yeah, left, right. I saw a car sticker that said, "Tell your cat I said pss, pss, pss." Must be smelly in there? Not a chance, man. My room... In fact, I just cleaned yesterday. Oh, very nice. What is the light glows? Those are enemies. Those are like little slugs falling from the ceiling. I'm trying to conserve lantern oil. That's why I'm not using it a lot here. No, please don't fall again. Lantern is about to burn out. I'm trying to put it away. Mushroom, thank you for the gifted sub to For Real. We'll do a mystery pack for you. For Real, welcome back to the meat tree. No, please don't fall again. I will cry. Oh, baby. Okay. And Mushroom, thank you for the gifted sub to Hero. Hero, welcome to the meatery. We'll do 2 mystery packs. Alright, all that just to get... What was that, like my 4th or 5th post all there? To buy the Pokemon Halloween thing. I mean, they're just like these little packs. We're working towards incentives over there, and I don't know. It's just a little something extra that I like to do for you guys. So not only do we work towards Triforce Tuesday incentives, but we also have like smaller incentives involved as well. I guess I don't have to do, but I like to do. I'd like to incentivize the incentives. Natalie, hello! Thank you so much for the 15 months.
Meech hey, meech hey, meech hey.
I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. My kid saw them and now he wants them. Is that everything? You know, Natalie, I'm hanging in there. How about yourself? Oh, you have you have COVID again. Oh no. I am really sorry to hear that. I certainly hope you get better soon. Feet. That's terrible to hear. Ooh, a high train is close. Please! Look, it's me. There I am. We'll do a Halloween pack for Natalie. And then we'll have to grab 2 from the mystery bag for Mushroom. You found the stamp for the Hylian letter S. Let's go. In all honesty, I hope you feel better. Yeah. Oh, 6 feet for that. Yeah. I'm actually better than last time I had it, thankfully. That's good. Hopefully it doesn't get worse. I am very sorry to hear that you're sick once again. That is not good news. I hope you get back to 100% soon, Natalie. Had it once and have been immune since. I've had it once. I don't know that I've been immune. But I haven't gotten it again. Had it before it was popular. That's one way to phrase it. Raisin Bran, yeah. The old Raisin Bran got her. It just went around at your wife's work. I was supposed to get my vaccine today, so that's ironic. That is that is ironic. I need to go to get my flu and my booster soon. Now is the part where we wait around. This is the really fun part. So I got you guys here to keep me occupied, hopefully. But now is the part where we wait for nighttime a bunch. Oh, I didn't see that Nummy's got me a water break. I gotta take a water break here. Wiped out a pile of people. COVID said no on first. How goes Twilight Princess? I want to play this through again. It is good. I love this game. Genuinely, I always have a good time playing this game. I stress out on stream because I worry so much about my content and viewer retention, things like that. So I don't want to... Thank you guys for the attempted hype train. Thank you, Mushroom and Natalie. Appreciate it. I don't want to just do things that are like super boring. I try to keep it as interesting as possible, but there are some times like this where I don't have much of a choice. I'm doing everything 100%, but I'm also doing it online. I'm not just like taking this offline and you know, going around and hunting foes and finding stamps and stuff like that. Like, I'm doing everything in front of you guys. So sometimes it's definitely a bit more stressful than it would be just me playing on my own, because I could just take the time and do whatever I want and I don't have to worry about anything. I think time passes in this area. I'm like fairly confident. We're all leaving in like 5 minutes. Dang. What a bad time for everybody to leave. I convinced my wife to start playing Super Mario World this weekend. Started her off at easy vanilla hack so she can master A, B, and P speed. This place stinks. I told you it smells good for real. Is this where the game starts to get bigger? Or was that the Wind Waker? No, the game definitely gets a bit bigger. I said that right before the worried about content speech. Now I'm an asshole. It is what it is. I thought it was about time for you to arrive. Master Edward, is it? You do know Telma, don't you? I am Auru. I am part of the group that Telma kindly allows to beat at her bar. I've heard all about your deeds from her. Oh, shoot, I need to bring that up. One sec, Natalie. Now you being a courageous youth, you likely have heard of the strange events in the desert and come to investigate, no? Or am I mistaken? You do know, don't you, Master Edward? The Gerudo Desert once held a prison built to hold the worst criminals this land has ever known. Kind of like Alcatraz. Right? Something like that. The criminals who were sentenced to death were sent directly to the underworld by a cursed mirror that was kept in the prison. Now that prison is condemned, and even the road leading to the desert is impassable. That's impassable. This desert at World's End, it still holds the cursed mirror and the malice of the doomed inmates. These old bones know that the evil currently plaguing Hyrule is related to this wicked place, so I have come to learn the truth. Master Edward, I must ask, what will you do now? Don't tell me you plan to enter the desert and confirm my suspicions with your own eyes. Yes. Ah, is that so? Then let good old Auru help you out. See Lake Hylia below us? A man named Fire runs an amusement ride of sorts there. Give him this. You got Auru's memo. Auru wrote this to Fire of Lake Hylia, even. Rupert, thank you so much for the 27 months, man. Really appreciate it. You will get a Halloween pack. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. You had a nice weekend. I saw your updates on the Discord. Been following along. See, long ago I saved this man Fire's life, and now he cannot refuse me if I ask a favor. If you leave the rest up to Fire, all should go well. Okay, thanks. 27 months and OG? Yes, he is. Is that sunlight on your cam? Yes, yes it is. This beam here, that's the sun. It's getting to be that time of year where I'll have to adjust my blinds accordingly as we get closer to winter. What's up, Future? The Legend of Mitri. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Good to see you. Somebody's using the mirror shield on me. Dog soon? I know, I'm excited. Good to hear, man. Is there plasma there? Put your lightsaber away. Look, I've got the light sword. It's so stupid. Why do I stream? It's so stupid. Oh my god. I see your Schwartz is bigger than mine. Or is as big as mine. Alright, I need to do a Hank Hill impression here for Natalie. I didn't bring it up. Hang on one sec. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for time to pass here. I'm like 90% confident it passes, so I think we're good. And I guess I'll just bring in Hank Hill here. Okay, bye for a moment, I guess. What do I do? My mouth isn't moving. How can I talk? There we go. Technology, baby. I'll tell you what. How's everybody doing today? Always tell you I love the vibes and jokes here. There are no jokes here, mister. Me having a stroke is just my business. Propane and gas accessories. I do sell propane and propane accessories if that's something you guys are interested in talking about. I don't know what's going on in this video game, but it looks a bit too violent. I wouldn't let Bobby play it, I'll tell you that much. You're getting a dog on Thursday. Well, I certainly hope it's not the dog in this video game, because he's looking a bit rough. Let Bobby grow? He's only 13. Your pup already has a name. My dog's name is Ladybird. And I tell you what, she's the finest bloodhound Arlen has to offer. This bird is talking to me and I'm not interested right now. Please leave me alone. Damn it, Bobby. That boy ain't right, I tell you what. Now, what are you supposed to be attacking here? That's some kind of Grim Reaper? I don't understand this game. I tell you what, why would you want to dig and kill ghosts? That doesn't seem like a fun time. You love the dig animation. Well, it does look like a dog digging. I suppose that's what was intended. Depends on your definition of a fun time. A fun time is barbecuing and having beers with your friends. Not digging around like a dog in some video game. Are you guys friends of Bobby's? My mouth is having a hard time keeping up today. I don't understand what's wrong, but I think there's possibly a delay on the camera here. You're friends with Peggy. Peggy doesn't have many friends. I don't know Bobby and I don't have his purse. I would hope not. That boy better not have a purse. Special friends with Peggy, huh? Well, I've never heard of you. I apologize for my mouth. I don't know what's going on. I'm not usually like this. I promise I usually have myself together a bit more. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Alright, I'm breaking character because I think I feel like the mechanism is now like picking up the game audio instead of my mic. I feel like it's got the wrong. Hello? Dang it, there we go. We fixed it, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely something I say, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely not Meech. God dang it. Time to start making dinner. I hope you're grilling with propane. I'm supposed to say thank you for the lurk. It sounds a little bit like loitering to me. There we go. All right, we're back. Thank you, Natalie, for the impression. That was not a disaster at all. It went completely fine. Welcome back, thanks. GG Hank, thanks, Natalie. GG's on your golden kappa there, future. Where'd you get that one from? I enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm sorry it was a bit of a mess. Also, my voice doesn't feel 100% to do the Hank impression. I feel like it wasn't that great. Hey, you're back. So, fella, I guess you liked the ride, huh? Not a bad bit of fantastication. I hate that fake word. The height of excitement, the thrill of launching into the heavens, can be yours, and without waiting in line, it's a paltry 10 rupees. Okay, yes, that's what I want to do. I thought he was gonna acknowledge the fact that I had that letter, but I get to select that myself. So let's just continue. Shoot up into the sky. Play this guy's sick minigame. Yes, yes, yes. Man, 30 rupees to do all this, huh? Bit of a scam. Come here. Definitely one out on the platform there. Ah, there's the other one. Anyone like the movie It? It's alright. I mean, not the biggest fan, but it wasn't horrible either. I mean, it's okay. Come here. Come on. Get down here. What's your problem? There we go. I have somehow never seen that movie despite my love for all things horror. It's okay. Also, I did see the... Is it meant to be a remake? I guess it's a remake. I guess that's the right term for it. I did see the remake at a drive-in, actually. But then they came out with like a second part of that, but I never saw it. Can't see anything. What am I meant to be shooting? Let's turn it to human. Freddy Krueger. See, I've never seen any of those movies. Right, do we have to go under? I cannot see anything, that's the problem. We don't talk about the book. Iron boots, and I'm not wearing the, what do you call it, mask, armor. Also can't get the controls correct. Nope, not what I wanted. Classic, can't miss the first one. I mean, I'll see him eventually, I guess. But, so that's, I was recently having this discussion about horror movies and just how they just won't let things, I don't know, just be. Like, you have to make like 10 Saw movies and like a bunch of those Annabelle movies, Insidious or whatever, and like they just keep making the same movies over and over again, and that's really boring and annoying. And they just, I don't know, they take it way too far, and it just becomes not fun for horror movies. I mean, they do that with everything, but also definitely horror movies. Yeah, originality is rare. That's the thing. Like, there's almost no originality in Hollywood at all anymore. And it's boring and silly and stupid, and I prefer more older horror movies because they are original, they have an original story, and they didn't make 13 of them, and like it was just the movie, and that was it, and it was good, and it was fun, and that's how it should be. I'm so sick of like, oh, you need to know all the lore behind, come here, chicken. You need to know all the lore behind 6 different movies just so you can watch this one. It's very overwhelming. I don't think we're making it. And you can't climb up there. Shoot. That's why I mostly watch foreign films these days. American cinema is shit and repetitive. That's pretty accurate. Event Horizon did it right. Hopefully nobody touches it. Now that I said that, I'm unfamiliar with Event Horizon. All right, I gotta play this mini game again, and then also wait for night to come. Fantastic. So since we're talking about movies, you guys see any good movies lately? (1997) Space Horror starring Lawrence Fishburne and Sam Neill. You might have to check that out. What is it called? Event Horizon. I've definitely heard of it. That rings a bell. I saw the new horror flick that was in theaters, Talk to Me, and it was refreshingly enjoyable. I haven't heard of that one. I haven't like seen anything about that. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Pretty good. Last horror film I saw in theaters was called Smile. Do you guys remember that one? I talked about it on stream after I saw it because it was a decent movie, but it also I took some issues with it. because I felt like it added to the stigma of mental illness, which was unfortunate and made me sad. Talk to me. Inspired by Dead Space imagery. They're doing a sequel to Smile. What's up, Mega? Hope you're doing well. You had a nice weekend, nice Thanksgiving. A sequel to Smile. See, that's exactly the issue we're talking about, is they can't stop making sequels. They can't just let a movie be a movie. They can't just let it be, you just watch the movie, and then you're done, and that's it. That's the entire experience. You like it, you go away, and you're like happy about it. No, they gotta make 6 more of them, and you have to have seen all of them to understand what's going on, and you get burnt out, and it's stupid. I just saw, like, I see previews for the new Saw movie, and it's just like, didn't this guy die already? Didn't, like, the main guy die, like, 3 times in the series at this point? I don't understand. It's so stupid to me. It's just, it gets so boring. It's like, I'm not gonna keep up with this. I hadn't heard of it until I looked up what movies were playing. In a nutshell, without spoiling too much, some teenagers find a hand that possesses you when you touch it, like the monkey's paw or something, right? And turn getting possessed into some sick party game, like they're doing a drug or something. Horror ensues. That sounds like a modern day kind of typical horror movie. I mean, I try to find so many on Netflix and Hulu and all these other streaming platforms, and you know, they're all pretty much the same, but that's pretty much what I expect of them too. I don't have any high expectations going in, so it's still an enjoyable experience for all these horror movies that are being put out constantly, and just kind of is what it is. But what is annoying is when you turn a single movie into like an 8 movie franchise. It's just, why? I'm so bored with it. I don't need to see the 26th Paranormal Activity. Like, the first one that came out was unique and interesting and fun, and then they were like, hey, let's milk this for everything it's worth. Did I ever tell you my name is in the credits of the first Paranormal Activity? I'm not joking. It's actually like my name. Like, you got to submit it for people who had requested the movie to be put in theaters, because initially it was just like this indie project. It wasn't supposed to be like this big movie. So like the early supporters had the option to put their name in the credits. So my name's actually in the credits of the first Paranormal Activity. Do I have enough time to take a bathroom break while I'm gonna try and take a bathroom break while the sun sets here. Hang on one sec. Alright. Sorry about that. I enjoyed the first few Saw movies and then just kind of lost interest once it became obvious that they were just trying to rake in the cash. Yeah, I think I saw up to... Like, I remember seeing, like, 1, 2, and 3. I remember those vividly. But I think I saw 4 and possibly 5. I think, but it's pretty bad when you can't even remember, because it's just that. It's just like the same thing over and over, and they're just trying to rake in cash. It's nothing memorable. It's nothing that sticks with you. And you're like, where even in the franchise am I at this point? Like, I've seen... Oh, no! My controller. I've seen a handful of the Halloween movies, probably like the first few, like 3, and you know, like all those types of movies where they've made so many of them. It's just like, I don't get any value out of this. This is not interesting to me anymore. Kind of like standing around in a Zelda game. Never necessary to do more than 3. Yeah, I feel like that should be the hard cap. I agree with that. I feel like once you pass 3, like, you might as well have just made a TV series at that point, you know? And I pretty much wouldn't... I don't get invested in TV series because it is too much for me. I'd rather something be succinct and put into a 2 to 2.5 hour, like, time slot. Where you just tell the story and it's over and I don't have to think about it anymore. It's just done and I enjoyed it. I don't want to have to come back every week, and unless it's a comedy, I'm not going to get invested in it. Like all these dramas and mostly dramas, I guess, but you know, all the true crime stuff and this, that, and the other, and there's just so much content out there. It's I don't have the time or will to sit through a 24 episode series of an hour apiece. Like, just make it a movie, and then I'll watch it, and then it'll be interesting. And don't make that into a franchise. Let it be. I don't know, everybody wants a piece of the pie, you know? That's all it is. Alright, the Poe should be here shortly. Where are you? Now! Oh my god! It worked, I'm a genius. People drag stuff out. I don't know when it became a thing to make the longest video possible and make the shortest point, but I hate it. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. It's funny because that is such an issue in today's media world. It's just a thing that people do when creating. And it's funny because I saw Oppenheimer and I was like, that wasn't long enough. I feel like it was rushed. Like, that was the one thing that I've seen recently that could have been turned into a miniseries. It could have been like a 4 or 5 part miniseries to tell the full story, because the movie felt rushed the way they told it. Oppenheimer is like the one piece of media that had like the opposite effect of everything that I've experienced in recent years. But no, I'm totally with you. They drag it out forever just to make the shortest point. I 100% agree with that. Okay. Let's go here first. But like, okay, so here's a good example. We are currently, at the time of recording this, we're in the era where Barbie has just recently come out. It's a massive success. People absolutely love it. Are they going to try to turn Barbie into like a 3, 4, 5 movie thing? You know what I mean? Like, is it going to become one of those things where they just try to ride the success train? Or are they just going to let the movie be what it is? Just let it be successful, let it be fun, or are they going to ruin it? Yeah, exactly. Please no. I mean, there's only time's gonna tell, but Mattel said they want to do movies for like all their toys. That's a bad sign. that's a bad sign. You saw Barbie this week and hated it? I thought it was really good. I liked it. What did you hate about it? That. Can't do what I want. I think I want to go. I cannot tell if I'm going the right way or not. If I go down that river, am I going down here? I think I need to go further, huh? I need to go to Zora's Domain. I suppose I could just warp there if something's wrong, but I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I really enjoyed it. You know, everybody's got a different opinion. I didn't like anything about it. Okay. I've loved everything I've read about it. Great themes and messages. Yes, those are a couple of the messages. Forgot to update my schedule from a month ago. It still says I'm playing Zelda 2 with shadow and crafting. I try to keep on top of my schedule, and I made my schedule. If you guys end up ever clicking, if anybody ever clicks below and sees the little schedule thing, I tried to make it as easy as possible. Right now, I am just speedrunning Mega Man 2, so that kind of just always stays there. And then Triforce Tuesday, I only have to change once every time I change games, and then my Friday just says Casual Friday Retro. I was changing the game for every Casual Friday, but then I would forget, so I tried to make it easier on myself and just left it as Retro. Yeah, it's easy to forget. It's definitely easy to forget Future. Okay, so there's one over there. There's one, oh, there's one right above me. Relax. Is this giving you PTSD, Future? Having to collect all the souls again? The other one is... There, when do it? Oh, that's not a soul, that's a bug. Oh, there's the soul. I knew I saw it. Not stupid. Ooh, we're rich. I think that's it. What are we up to? 13. One in graves. Oh, that was the one. on a board game kick lately, and they found out that Wingspan, a bird watching game, is available on Switch, and I played it all day yesterday. Interesting. Someone play with me? I'm a bit occupied at the moment. I'm gonna sell back my water bombs. I'm gonna grab some regular bombs. Although he did... There is this new bomb, but I don't think we've met up with the postman yet to tell us about this, but there is this other bomb available. Not right now. I'd be interested, maybe. What is it? What is the board game? I'll just fill the whole bag. I have... No. What is it? Like, what is... Sorry, like, what do you do? What is the thing? What is the premise? What happens if I do? Oh, I'm old. Hey, give me that rupee. I'm rich! Wingspan is a medium-weight, card-driven, engine-building board game where players are bird enthusiasts working to attract the best birds to their wildlife reserves. In the pursuit of personal and common goals, players will work to attract the best birds to their habitats. Interesting. Burge. Can I get some Burge in the chat? You need to, like, die? Thank you. Play bird cards, collect food resources, lay eggs, and gain points. It's a lot of fun. All the bird cards have fun facts on them. Cute. Sounds very cute. There's nothing in here. I don't need to be in here. Where I do need to be, however... Gorgeous art and music. I do love gorgeous art and music. Where do I need to be? Map. This way. What do you mean somebody was? You move an inch and it's fine. Upward. You. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I keep going too fast. No, I can't. I keep thinking I'm just advancing her text, but it brings you immediately to the, there we go. To the selection screen. Oh, there it is. See you. If I get to you. Man, I don't think I have. Oh, okay, I do. Lucky me. Try to follow this without. Oh, it died. Okay. Trying to do as much as I can without using the lantern. Confusing. In fact, I think I would probably. There it is. How do I get out of here? I can't see anything. No. Struggling to do this without any light assistance. Just following the mini map in the bottom left. Pasta cooking, so I have time to chat. Ooh. How's Zelda? It is, you know, we're collecting. Getting all the fun stuff out of the way here. Music in that area is so good. We have 20, which is what we needed, but we're gonna get some more while I'm able to. Where do I go from here, though? Down. I don't know if this is what I want or not. No, that's just the key. I went too fast. Stupid fog. I think because the music started just now, I think that means daytime, and I can't, Oh no, there it is. There it is. Brilliant. Come at me. Easy. Go back here. Oh, it is definitely daytime though. We do have to wait for another night cycle. That's the fun of 100%. Here we go. Here's our friend. Ooh, Edward. Greetings, Mr. Edward. I have come to deliver a letter. It is a letter from Telma. Well, my business is concluded. Onward to mail. Thanks, guy. What do you got for me? He came so quickly. Okay. Edward, there are some folks I want you to meet. So come to my bar right away. These guys will be powerful allies for you. You heard me, come by. I'll be waiting at my Castletown bar. Yeah, right away. But first, I'm just gonna, you know, not. What do you guys want to talk about while I wait around some more for postals to appear? Wonder how long in real time actual day cycle is in this game. Wow. Think about that. Hyrule feels so big in this game. Gotta lurk some more. Bring my brother a mechanic to pick up his car. Drive myself back home. Good luck. Be safe. Thank you for the work. I spent so much time just looking for stuff around Hyrule Field. It is. I mean, the game is massive. Not just for its time, but I mean, obviously games are much bigger now. But it's still a really large game. Like there's just still so much around. It's easy to miss stuff in this game. I know I'm in like a general area of where a postal will be, but I don't know exactly where it's gonna be. So, and I'm like 99% confident time passes here, so I think I'm just waiting for that. Can't wait to play through it again when I can. This is one of my more replayed Zelda games. Found a local game shop that has awesome prices on refurbed consoles. That is great. Really good news. Now that I'm settled and out of a meeting, another original horror movie. Oh, Sam Neill did in the 90s before Event Horizon with John Carpenter directing. Is The Mouth of Madness. I've not heard of that one either. Should see if they have a controller for you. Wouldn't hurt. I'm definitely still going through options. I thought some stuff was supposed to be delivered yesterday. I'm gonna have to check my email. I thought it was supposed to be delivered yesterday and I never got anything. But, yeah, I'm definitely still trying to figure things out. Take a peek next time I get there. Send you some pics of what they've got. Thanks. That'll be awesome. I gotta write these down. Mouth of Madness and Event Horizon. While I'm sitting here waiting for time to change, which it feels like it's not at this point. Surely it passes it. Looks like it's getting dusky. It's taking forever. I wonder what it. Can anybody look up what the actual day cycle in real time is in this game? Basically searching for a missing Stephen King type author while accidentally living through his latest book. That sounds interesting. They had the Pikachu N64 and it practically drooled on the glass case it was hiding from. That thing is so cute. I love that. N64. Event Horizon is better movie of the two. I mean, I don't mind watching movies that aren't great either. When I was in high school, I used to come home from school, and back then everything was a bit different, and on Comcast they had its own little on-demand section, and there was a section called FearNet. I would just find a movie and just watch it. Didn't matter what it was. I've watched a ton of different horror movies, some really bad, some good, but I would just pick one and just watch it. Didn't matter. That balance between day and night in Twilight Princess is actually uneven. The full cycle, 17 minutes long in total, but those 17 minutes, 10 are day and 7 are night. That's BS, especially when they want you to hunt hoes. No wonder it feels like an eternity, and it feels like it passes so quickly once nighttime actually does come. Thank you for checking on that. That's such BS. Yeah, it's like 30% more daytime. Alright. It's dark. Where are the postals? I know I'm in an area. I'm in a general area of where one... Right, the music's changed. Surely we should see postal. But where? Keep your eyes peeled. I know it's in this area, I just don't know where exactly. That's a bug. Oh, is that it all the way over there? I think that's it. Cycle doesn't move in some places. Yes. The area with Bob Ross haired guy in the meadows. Basically the whole Ordon province. Yeah, so I mostly, oh no. I mostly remember the areas where time does pass and doesn't. But sometimes I worry and I question myself whether I actually remember or not. Wait, where are you going? No, stop! What is happening? I'm getting deleted here. Stop! You're all so annoying. Do you understand how annoying you are? My goodness. Jeez. All right, now I'm just gonna run. No time to spare here. Watch Goblin makes requests. I remember standing out on the wood bridge, watching the moon to figure out if it's moving or if it was the trees. That's smart. It's mostly like the really big open areas where time will pass, and the smaller areas will not. That's typically what will happen. Ah, I think that's what I want. Roger. She means her child. It's a very affectionate term. Can I even see? It is dark to you guys as it is to me. Yeah, it's pretty dark. Yes. Everything. Up there, but. Oh, there. Oh, man. I can barely see that. Always had to brighten OBS. My monitor that I'm playing on is as bright as it goes, and I still can't see anything. That's how dark this picture is. Like, in caves and at nighttime in this game, it's just, like, too dark. Like, I get that's what they were going for, but man, it's, like, too hard on the eyes. Sometimes I forget if Link was in a cave. Stream wasn't seeing anything at all. When I look at stream preview, it looks pretty much the same between the two. You guys were basically seeing exactly what I was seeing, even though I have my brightness turned all the way up on this monitor. That's pretty wild. But just a very dark game here. Like in this, I can't see it. Like there's, I guess there's platforms here, but I can't even see them. Yeah, I think I just ran. Yeah, there it is. I just climbed. Oh, there's 2 levels here. Jeez. I can't defeat this stupid thing. Let me win. I'm wasting valuable time. Oh, can I adjust the brightness in the game? Can I actually do that? Yo, let's go. Future saving the day. That is quite a bit better. Thank you. I totally forgot that was a thing. The goblin has been appeased with strawberry milk. It has been appeased by microwaving my coffee. There you go. What did you miss? Yeah, blindly navigating, exactly. And we got the Hylian letter M. Thanks for that tip, Future, because I totally forgot that was a thing, and this looks way better already. It is still dark, but it's better. Why they make you look at squares when you load the game. Yeah, but I am stupid. Now it's the appropriate amount of dark. Yeah, this is... Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, wow, that made it so much... Look at this. It's like a whole new game. Ah. No, that's not what I want to do. Man wearing sunglasses can't discern the darkness of squares. Is that a bug or a... Oh. Oh my god, I can see everything. It's a bug. I've got that. That's a butterfly. I think the Poe is down here. And... Wonderful. What are we up to? 24, pretty good. What? I didn't... I didn't even see that there. Like, why am I howling? What? I got scammed out of that one. What? Why do I keep getting scammed out of the finish? easier to defeat these days than Link. I don't know if there's a reward or not. Do they keep coming back? No. There is no reward. Get some rupees though. We're gonna need quite a bit of. Mushroom, thank you for the beef stretch. I think that's a soul over there, isn't it? And the water break, thank you. Just a moment. Back from meeting hell. Welcome back, Retro. In the car and traffic is slow. Pay attention to the road. Can't. No, I got scammed again. Stop scamming me. Ah, well, there we go. I got it. I'm not driving. Oh, I thought you were. Welcome back, Retro. I hope your meetings went okay. I want to go. I think back to Castle. They went okay enough. Oh, you drive on the way back. Gotcha. I'll do a water break stretch here in a moment, but I don't want to miss out on the night cycle. Boo! Coward. What are we collecting? A bunch of post souls, because since we're doing 100%, I gotta get all of them, and I might as well just get a ton of them out of the way while I can. So I'm up to 25, 26, something like that. Got a bunch. I'm gonna change gears here in a moment, but you don't think you've ever done all the bows? You must. Maybe I did though, who knows? I'm surprised actually. I thought for sure that would have been something you did. I'm up to 28. That's not bad. I mean, I literally just got the ability. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. No, and it's daytime. No! There are more than 60. I think. Aren't there more than 60? I think 60 is like supposed to be your minimum. Oh no, it is daytime again. You've got to be joking. Now I'm questioning it, Retro. I thought there were 100. And now I'm second guessing it. I thought 60 was what you were supposed to do for like the quest, but now that I have to wait for nighttime again, I guess we can look that up. No, I think you're right. I guess it is 60. Okay, not as bad as I thought. I guess I would have realized. Yeah, he wants 20 to start. And then, yeah, I guess 60 is max. Interesting. Okay. I had it in my head that it was 100, but I'm... Obviously, that's, you know, coming from playing 20 billion other Zelda games where you have to collect 100 of things. I forgot that it was only 60. I'm almost... Yeah, Skulltula Brain, exactly. I'm almost halfway there. What did I say I had? 28. And I wanted to come out here, because I know there's another one out here. I wanted to get number 29. And then move on. So I'm nearly halfway there. Just gotta wait for this stupid night cycle again. I guess in the meantime, we can take a short intermission, and I'll just let this do its own thing while we talk, and then anybody watching the VOD they won't know what's going on. Hey, what's up, Phil? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. You had a good weekend. So let's take an intermission. All right, we're back. It is officially nighttime here in Hyrule, and there's our Poe. The efficiency, ladies and gentlemen. You take a short break, you do other things, you come back, and your Poe's waiting for you. I lost half of my damn Johns in the past few weeks. Oh no, I'm sorry. Unfortunate. Alright. So we're almost halfway to collecting all the souls already, which is a really, really good start. I think we want to go... Where do we want to go? Not there. We want to go in the other little square, I think. Oh, be quiet. Yeah, I know, I'm terrorizing you. Life's a pain in the butt. Ah! Hello, kitties. Hi, kitties. Never to get those sunglasses off at this rate. Maybe try something different. Hey, yo, what's up, Panny? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Nummies, welcome back. Hope your session meeting went well. Of making the villagers run in terror. I'm bringing home a baby bumblebee. Won't my mommy be so proud of me? That just brought back like a whole new memory that I forgot was in my brain. Forgot all about that. Hello, ugly man. See the Cowboys get spanked? Yes, it was lovely. I mean, obviously, at this point, I'm an Eagles fan, so I want the 49ers to lose so that the Eagles will be the only undefeated team. But I was rooting for the 49ers because it's the Cowboys. So now that that's over with, you guys can lose. Everybody calling you would be made me think of it. I forgot that nursery rhyme song, whatever the heck. I forgot that existed. I'm sure I can come up with a few ideas. We can talk October. You did it! I can move again. This is all thanks to you, right? Oh, I have to thank you. Will this do? You got the Great Fairy's tears. This bottle holds sacred water that contains the Great Fairy's prayers. Dak was horrible. He was also out there letting his receivers get speared. Terrible. They played terribly. It was so funny to watch. I hate the Cowboys. Dak's gonna lose his job soon. Haha! I hear you can get this stuff in the cave on the western edge of the Gerudo Desert too. But my body is still golden. Does this mean my soul is not still whole? Is still not whole? That's strange. Maybe we need to... Okay, yeah, the souls of 60 ghosts. Can I ask you another favor, doggy? Can you defeat more ghosts? Just 31 more. Must be tough finding all those creepy crawlies, right? Take this lantern with you. A lantern that doesn't matter. You got a ghost lantern. This mysterious lantern will light up when there are ghosts nearby. It's so useless. I don't think I've ever used it. What was the last prediction result? Triforces. No doubt he will. It's funny because he's apparently doing well, but not against a real defense. Yeah, it's easy to do well when your schedule's easy. You know. Hello, kitty. Say, you're the one who fixed my master up, right? I owe you. My name's Gangle. I'm the leader of the cats outside. Well, well. Now that I can move, maybe I should go outside for and breathe some fresh air. Yeah, maybe. All right. Well, I am just shy of what I need in terms of rupees. What do you mean? Nobody can see me back here. Who can see me? Look at the little kitties playing with the ball of yarn. It's a giant ball of yarn. Nobody can see me back here. I'm hidden. Goo. Ah. Alright, surely I'm hidden now, right? What do you mean? Let me transform. Bruh. Alright, fine. I'll play by your rules and we'll leave. Oh, you definitely have to leave Castletown? I thought you could still transform in Castletown as long as you were hidden. I don't know why I stopped playing it. Oh, I wish I beat this game. I don't know why I stopped playing it. I stopped as soon as I got the top tool. Oh. Yeah, you should definitely go back and finish this. Thanks for the what do you mean, Mega. I just remember the cat roundup. The music is so good. Please tell me I haven't missed that. No, I don't. Cat roundup? No. Why am I not sure what you mean? Oh! No, you have not. All of a sudden it like hit me. Yes, no, you haven't missed it. Not yet. I forgot about that. I remember the part directly before it. That was like one of my favorite things when I first played this game. We brought a bug for Princess Agatha? Sure. What can we give you? Little snail boy. The whole part is great. It is. It's such an excellent part of the game. Oh boy, who's your friend? You're a little snail, aren't you? Little snail, just once I'd like to take a bath in that slime. Alright, that's it for stream today, guys. It was good talking to you. Hope everybody has a good day. I think there's some continuity issues with transforming in this area because I remember being able to transform okay sometimes and having to leave Castletown most of the time. Maybe it's a one-way thing. Interesting. Agatha. I think we should leave her without getting all the bugs. What a strange thing to say. Alright, I need like less than 40 rupees and I don't... You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm not that pressed for rupees. Everything's fine. I can spare like the 10 rupees that I'll lose by giving you a different bug. Little beetle, I want to use that shiny shell as a pillow and fall asleep. Okay, that's less weird. Like, that's a much more tame thing to have said. So I'm not gonna knock that one, especially after hearing I want to bathe in that slime. Some people like slime, I guess. She wants you to bathe in slime and share her happiness with you. Wanted her to scold you. Oh. Doesn't... Oh yeah, she didn't do it. Hang on. I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Retro. That's a good point. I forgot. Wait, why didn't she say it? Shouldn't she have said it regardless? Have I brought a bug for you? No. I sense it, the distinct pheromones of golden bugs on you. Why isn't she saying it? That's strange. I don't know how to trigger that. Yeah, but what Retro was talking about there is like sometimes you go to leave and she's like, I know you have more. Why do you know what bug pheromones smell like? You're asking that question after she said she wants to bathe in snail slime? That's the question you're deciding to ask? My dog likes to roll in some gross stuff. Maybe it's not as weird as we think. I think it's pretty weird. Now I actually need it to be daytime, huh? And I don't think I can... Oh, maybe I can. Let's find out. I don't know. A lot of questions for Agatha, and I hope I never get answers. I liked how she was playable in Hyrule Warriors. Yes, and her character is actually pretty good. Unyara, Munyara, Hanyara, Pinyara. Pinyara? Eek! Long ago I predicted that you would come, my brother. But tell me, did you not see my young one in trouble in Castletown? He has been stuck standing there, for he cannot get any hot spring water. Alas, the East Castletown bridge remains broken. Perhaps his fortunes will turn, for it looks like the Mallow Mart is raising money to repair the bridge. This is a fine thing, my brother. Perhaps you might consider a contribution to their fundraising to help me in mind. Hey. Piss off. I just like to think of when people break out of their weird gooey cocoon in the movies. Oh, I can't. No, I can't. Okay, so I do. Son of a gun. Now I need it to be daytime. I can't win, you know? This game, there's no way to pass time in this game like there is a lot of other Zelda games, so you just have to wait around. You have to get Hyrule Warriors. Goron looks like he's about to ask you to bum a cigarette. Pick up your leftover cigarette off the ground. What time is it? It's almost time to feed Iggy and take a break here. Ugh. Let's wait for daytime and continue on. Unfortunately, there's just so much. I should be pretty much done with the waiting at this point. So I do apologize for that. But I tried to make it as interesting as possible. So it's like the brain in Breath of the Wild, you just have to wait for it to stop and to climb up. Yeah. Yeah, you can't control it. Apparently whenever Midna warps Link out of a dungeon, it will always be midday. That's valuable information. But the amount of time it would take me to get to a dungeon at this point would probably overwrite me just waiting here. Come feed me too, I'm hungry. Would you like cat food? Because that's all I got. I don't even know that I can feed myself today. I don't think I've got anything to eat. We know what we're signing up for when you say 100%. True. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much I can do about it. I gotta play the game. Literally. Shovel all the cat food into your mouth and hop into your bed. Just coffee for me today. I'll get to food eventually. I may or may not. We'll see. Mr. DeVito may join. There might be a poop in between us. The stream where October eats all of Iggy's food and curls up in his bed. Iggy sleeps in my bed. That's Iggy's bed. Iggy's bed is my bed. It's a giant cat bed. I will never eat cat food. October eats all the cat food. Yeah, exactly. Da, 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 da. This changes nothing. While we sit here and wait for daytime. I think we're almost there. No, it's still very dark out. Is it changing? It's changing. Okay, I think we're almost there. My daughter just came to ask why I'm laughing. Alright, is it officially day? I'm waiting for the music. Come on. Yay! Let's continue. Hello, Olge. Welcome to Mallow Mart. I have heard from a reliable source that shops in Hyrule Castletown are gouging prices, crushing folks under the thumb of commerce. It's capitalism, baby. Well, fear not, brother. For Mallow Mart has proposed a townspeople relief plan as an answer to the lamentations, I know how to speak, of the common man. Lamentations, I guess? Not lamentation, lamentations, I guess. Phase 1, repair the broken bridge leading from East Castletown to the field in order to improve traffic. Phase 2, buy that Castletown shop and sell products to the town at reduced prices. You have heard me right, brother. Problem is, however, the finances for the execution of this glorious plan are lacking. Please, brother, offer some financial support to aid in the purchase of Castletown shop for the benefit of the people. Yeah, you can have all my money. We are 1,000 rupees short of funding for the bridge repairs. We need that bridge for a steady flow of goods to Castletown. We must bring the cost of goods down in Castletown, brother. Can you please help us support this worthy cause? I like how every time you have one of these... quests, Link is the only one that can possibly contribute to it in any fashion. Like, they're never like, oh, we only need, 568 rupees because a bunch of other people have also contributed. No, it's like Link has to do the full amount every time. Lamentations, like Temptations chocolate. glorious day! We have collected enough funds to finance repairs to the bridge connecting East Castletown to Hyrule Field, brother. Those corrupt price gouging shops in Castletown are officially on notice. Soon they will rule. Not rule. We hope you will continue your financial support of our efforts to sell products in the town at discounted prices, brother. Alright, well, you're welcome. Goodbye for now. Well, what do I want to do? Oh yeah, what am I thinking? Of course I can't. Like right out in the open here. Here they are bitching about prices. Alright, let's visit East Bridge of Hyrule Castletown. See what's up over there. Am I dumb? Did I pass him? Is he inside Castletown? I thought he was outside. Hello? Goron man? Alright, what am I, dumb? What? Oh, it's this bridge. I do not feel like doing a thing. Now the bridge is fixed, but my body feels terrible. I just cannot go look for stuff to sell. You know, all I really need is to shower myself with some piping hot spring water to get back to feeling normal. Well, while I am... No, yeah, I know, I made a mistake. While I'm near Castletown, we can pay a quick visit to Agatha again. for a few more bugs. Lil Pillbug, Lil Pillbug. I wish I was smaller so I could roll you around like a ball. See, like, not nearly as weird as saying I want to bathe in your slime. Like, weird, yeah, but not that level of weird. I better rephrase my Christmas cards then. Why doesn't she say the line, Agatha? That's interesting. I wonder why. I feel like there are some kink shaming going on here. I mean, if it's a kink, then we have to have another discussion because those are insects, and I think that would fall under the category of bestiality at that point, which is not a good thing. I think she only says the line when you give her a bug for the first time. Oh, really? I thought I remembered you had more bugs that you didn't give her and you left. I thought she would say that. Rude. I've heard of a lot of kinks and thankfully none of them involve bugs. Yeah, really. Agreed. Hello. You made a donation, did you not? I am farsighted in all things, my brother. Tell me, my brother, do you not know of a young Goron in Castletown? I do! I just talked to him. He said he wanted some spring water. I suspect he's currently hanging at his head somewhere near the east gate. Here's the plan, my brother. I will prepare some hot spring water and you will douse the young one to revitalize him. What do you say? Will you do it? Yes. Oh, I see. I'm counting on you to make the run, my brother. Hot spring water cools as time passes, so if you do not hurry, you will end up with plain old cold water, my brother. Alright, well, here comes the fun part. Alright, we got our giant barrel. Hot water. There's a bunch of enemies, and we're also on time limit here. Although there is no timer on the screen, which is kind of strange. The spooky line? I don't know about that. I thought you meant the slime. Oh, yeah. No, the slime, she says that for each of the pair. Like, that's why I skip through the second one all the time, because she just repeats herself. So she said it, she'll say it for the other snail as well, but yeah, the line where she's like accusing you of not giving her what she wants. October, thank you so much for these 6 months. Really appreciate it.
Whoop.
Whoop. We'll do a Pokemon pack opening for you as well. Say, is that some Kakariko hot spring water you have there, brother? If you poured it on me, I'm sure it would restore my strength. I did it. I threw a barrel at you. Oh, I feel rejuvenated. That smell, that heat. Just spring water from back home. Well, I'm going back to work and open up the shop. Well, that was not too bad. Relax, bro. Six months of being inappropriate, an inappropriate nuisance in your chat, blessed. You are fine. Dude needs to take a chill pill. But free heart piece, so that's pretty dope. All right, Pog. It is break time for me, Iggy. And when we come back, we'll continue the quest to collect everything in the game. All right. Back to the action. I don't. What did I even do last? You really did me a favor the other day, my brother. It seems my young one in Castletown has been revitalized and has resumed his business. Life has returned to both this village and Castletown. Right. Perhaps I should have showed you guys something. Thanks to all the... What do you mean all? Thanks to me. Thanks to me. The bridge is built. The trade route is secure, and we saved money for the economic development of Castletown. But in order to reach our Castletown development goal, we still need 200 rupees. Please help us bring relief to the people of Castletown who are suffering under the weight of an inflated cost of living, brother. So because we did the thing with the Goron right before we took a break, the pouring spring water on him, I should have showed you guys, but I think the cost is much higher. I forget what it is, but it lowers the cost tremendously just by doing that one little quest. Also, I should show it off, but it's not that important. The shop that's currently in Castletown is so overpriced that you can't even afford to buy the lowest priced item with a full wallet. And I could show that off, but that's basically all the information that's there. Yeah, it's like super bougie, super ridiculous. So, if you haven't played this game before and you're wondering what this whole quest is about, they're gouging people. And if I showed that to you, like, I think you have to pay to even get into the shop, and then you wouldn't even be able to afford anything in the shop. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to combat that. I could show you that, but it's not that integral to the story. So I'm just gonna go ahead and finish this. Hopefully you don't hate me, and if you want to see it, play the game yourself, I guess. Glorious day! We achieved our goal, brother! Today marks the day that another legendary establishment is born. You should travel to Castletown later. Thank you for your cooperation, brother. Brilliant. So, that's the whole point of doing that, which we're actually going to check out shortly. Oh yeah, I don't remember saying that. No, I genuinely though, I do encourage you guys to play this game if you've never played it before. If you're a fan of Zelda, I know a few of you have said that you have played it and haven't finished it, or the last time you played it, you didn't finish it. I would encourage you to either play it for the first time or go back and play it. I really enjoy this game a lot. I think this is in my top 5 favorite Zeldas. I just think it's a ton of fun, and in recent years, it's just gotten a lot of hate on the internet. Oh, but I mean, it's in quotes. Oh yeah, I must have said that. You're right. But yes, I genuinely would encourage you guys to play this game, explore, and just have a good time with it. It has become, in my opinion, underrated over the years, weirdly. It kind of took a turn. Greetings, Mr. Edward. I have come to deliver a letter. It is a letter from Mallow Mart. Alright. My business isn't included on word to mail fraud. I mean, mail, just mail. Heroes come together. Malamart, the hero of discounts, is finally open in Castletown. We've got all you need for that upcoming trip, and we also offer it at unbelievable prices. Grand opening special, magic armor, limit 1. Ooh, what is that? I played it through at least 3 times, but it's been about 8 years. I think my last save file was 2018, which is probably the last time that I played it, which is weird, because it doesn't... I thought it would have been fewer than 5 years. But, save files only kind of lie. I was gonna say they don't lie, but they're not even the correct time, so, whatever. They only kind of lie a little bit. They're only semi-inaccurate. We're actually, I guess we'll visit Agatha and sell off the rest of our bugs. I should have done, oh, I didn't, should have done something while I was in Kakariko Village. Sometimes I just don't think. Hello, bug girl. Ah, I'm only gonna get 150 rupees from this. Oh, I missed what she said. That's okay. We'll read it on the next one. I'm going to tell people that now. I wasn't wrong. I was just semi-inaccurate. It's a good way of looking at things. Oh no, I have 2 other bugs that I didn't. Cool. So I'll get 300 rupees from this. Lucky me. Little dragonfly, when you look at me with those great big eyes, and that's all she says. I'm glad she stops there, to be quite honest. 5 bugs left until we have them all. That's not bad. I think, you know, I think we're making really good progress. By the time I give her everything, we'll only have 3 bugs left to go. We're already halfway to getting... I didn't read it. Getting all the Po Souls. Like, I think we're making pretty good progress. Okay, little ladybug. If I was smaller, I would get on your back and we'd fly around. See, like, that's acceptable. I think that's far more acceptable than, I want to bathe in your slime. Alright, I need a handful more rupees. A decent amount. I'm just gonna stop in here real quick, just because we haven't been in here in the map. I'm crying? Why are you crying? This is a fortune teller. I'm not gonna interact with her, but my map, Babby October rolled in, looked at the screen, said, why him look like a bumblebee? No, she did not. Don't lie. Did she seriously say that? Oh, that's so funny. Oh no. I've been branded. Now she's asking me why I'm laughing. I guess I can't ever wear this shirt again on stream. What is this? I don't even know what... Oh, medical clinic, that's right, okay. Never gonna live down the B shirt. Where is... I don't even remember where the shop is. The 10th. Wandering around aimlessly here. Where's the shop? I don't remember. Going around in circles here. She told me she wants to be a knife cat for Halloween after being given a plastic knife toy. A knife cat, huh? Oh, is this it? Did I find it? I don't remember. No, this is not what I wanted. What's up, guys? How's it going? Ah, it's my heroic brother. My dad brought me back here for the first time in a while, but things around here look a little different from last time. We were allowed through the inner gate right away last time, but this time we were not let through at all. And without reason, even. Oh, and brother, I'm selling potions here now. You can buy 1 cup of red potion for 40 rupees. You can stop trying to, salesman me. If you want to know why the prices are higher than in Kakariko, it's what my dad calls regional pricing, and it's innovative. I think it's called scamming, and it's a scam. Where's Malomar? Where's November? I feel like he'd come up with something funny. Hey, heroic brother. That triggered my Google Home somehow. Does heroic brother sound like Google? So is the view from the observation deck really nice? My dad is serious about business, and so he always says, I must man the store, which means he never takes me out to the deck. But I want to be a good business score unlike him. Maybe it's all for the best. So brother, would you buy some lantern oil? No! Leave me alone, you little freak. Excuse me, where's Malomart? You can see it, correct? What has happened to Hyrule Castle? This strange feeling I noticed when we first arrived. Perhaps it was this all along, brother. Must tell you, I have kept this a secret from others. Yes, it is a secret to everybody. I do not want to agitate the young ones. Despite all that is going on, if you think you need more arrows, just let me know, brother. I think I have I think I've talked to everybody in every Zelda game that says that phrase, or very similar phrase. But I think I've hit them in every playthrough so far. Hello, where's Malomart? My memory is failing me. Oh, here it is. Meet your jam. Sell it to me. Buy it. You know you want it. I'll take one. I'll take one. I don't really want one, but I'll take one, by gosh. Sell it. You'll buy it now if you're smart at Malomart. Welcome, welcome. An opening sale going on now at Castletown Malomore. 20% off, 30% off, of course, why not? We look out for you, the hero of discounts. That is us, Malomore. Buy it now if you're smart, make your selection. Yes, I will. We'll take the stamp, but I need 598 rupees for the magical armor. This is quite a bargain when you think of how valuable your life is, with a few rupees to stay alive. Hey, wait, I wasn't done. I want the stamp. Baby schmoovin'. Yeah, I'll take the stamp. We got the Malomar stamp. Alright, for now I have to go, and I need to come up with another 300 rupees. Hello, Goron, dude. How's it going? If I drink some hot spring water, it might give me the strength to break through this rockfall like this. Hey, brother, if you find some hot spring water, you should come see me again. Well, fantastic. I will, I'll do my best. Unsure if that worked. Whoa, it's a monster. Everybody run. You're a monster. Ever think of that? Oh, it did work. Hog. 200 rubies. I'm not sure if I can still get into the shop. Excuse me, into the shop. I can, okay. We're holding a grand opening sale at a brand new store in Hyrule Castletown. If you buy it smart, you're at Malomar. Can I have spring water? If you buy it now, you're okay. Where do I acquire spring water? I thought it was from you guys. Well, I'll cross that bridge. Suppose in a little while. Okay. I should have... You know what? No, I guess that wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I'm kind of like all out of sorts here. I'm realizing maybe I should have done other things at like the same time as doing certain things that I've already completed, like during the Poe side quests and everything. Like, should I have done this as well? But I don't know. Cause I did even I showed this off as well, and I didn't do anything. But I think the reason I did do that is because my wallet already full. I don't remember. Everything's running together. Hello there. Another 100 rupees. That was easy. Do I get spring water from him? I don't. I genuinely, I cannot remember who you get the hot spring water from. Did I just not talk to the right person? Is it you? Oh, you're the hero who saved the elder, are you not? What an honor to meet you again, brother. Thanks to you, we were able to come back here and resume business. Having been gone for a while, I noticed a strange difference in the air here. Went to get permission to do business in the castle. They would not even let me in, so I just set up shop here. We have some goods for you to look at. Top 2, so go take a peek, brother. Who sells me spring water? Thank you for the peak stretch and the water break. I'll do the water break momentarily. I'm looking for a Goron that sells you spring water. I don't recall where he is though. Can you please move? Annoying piece of. Do you have to get it from a hot spring in the game? No, I don't think so. I think you can just buy it. Oh wait, is it? Maybe it's the East Gate because. Wait, you're a Goron. Oh, here. Is it you? Oh, I remember you, brother. Thanks to you, we are now able to open up shop again. I'll give you a special price on a hot spring. There we go. Yes, I'll take it. Thanks. Okay, bye. I knew he was somewhere. Okay, bye, losers. Good luck waiting in line. Nailed it first try. I knew exactly where he was the whole time. Now I just need 20. I just need an additional 20 rupees now. That shouldn't be too. I think there's some Gwei over there that I can kill for rupees. Really, I only need 18. Brother, you have the sweet smell of hot spring water. If I took a drink of that, it feels so strong I could probably get rid of these rocks. Well, if you want to go through here, you give me that hot spring water you have there? Yeah, take it. I'll take a water break too. I'll take a water break with you. How about that? We can really be brothers. My water doesn't do that. How come my water doesn't do that? I don't feel any stronger. We're energized. Goron, power go! Well, I'm going to get working on this, so should come back in a little while. My water does? Oh shoot, I got the wrong water. I got that Philadelphia water. Skill issue? Something like that. Alright, there's a bunch of Gwei over here. And the groups of Gwei. Why? Gwei? The crows. They provide ample rupees for some reason. I don't know why, but they do. I got European water, lucky you. Come on. Come on, Dingus. Come here. Bang. What a game. Give me my rupees. Easy money. Also, it looks like there is a dig spot up there. I don't remember what's in here. Tectites. Get a little prize for that too. Please. Another 100 rupees, nice. Now I won't be broke when I buy the armor. Malamart open at night? I think it is. I didn't mean to talk to you. I don't have a second, and I don't know a guy named Giovanni, and I certainly didn't already help him out. My girl here put out a missing persons report on him. I think she's just trying to make me jealous. That's a weird thing to say. Strange things are happening, and some people are even saying it's the work of evil ghouls. It's kind of become an urban legend in a way. I mean, I don't know why you would be jealous of your girlfriend wanting to help find a missing person. That says more about you than her, I think. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Magic armor! You got the magic armor. You bought it. You are smart. You bought it at Malamart. Wear it and your rupees will become magical. The armor will protect you. So if you get hit, you lose rupees and not health. Which is really interesting. And it's useful in like one part of the game. If you run out of rupees, your armor will go dormant and the movement will become impaired. And we robbed them of their goods now. They're completely sold out. Brilliant. Meet your jam. Such a bop. One thing to do here in Castle as well. Really just on like a huge collecting mission today. Is it showtime yet? The young man emceeing is so handsome. I can't wait to hear his lovely voice. I wish someone would go in soon. Look at this little puppy. Come on, puppy. You're mine now. He's a baby. He's my puppy friend. I can just take him in the tent with me. I thought it was gonna make me put him down. Greetings and salutations, good sir. Welcome to the kingdom of hopes and fondest dreams. In this place you can taste the life of a circus star and get your hands on gear that boggles minds. It is our earnest hope that you find delight playing the Star Game. The rules are exceedingly simple. So, starting with an S, great. All you must endeavor to do is track down all the glowing orbs and collect them before time runs out. That's not how acronyms work. That's so funny. Oh, it's so good. Rather outstanding name, I must say. Step right out. Shyness be gone. It's only 10 rupees. Who's up for the challenge? I'll do it. Many thanks, good sir. The game will begin once you enter the cage. May chance favor you. Zelda created that meme. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Good sir, are you at the ready? Then away we go! Okay. Oh, the controls. It's the controls, man. I'm not gonna be able to do this in 30 seconds because the controls are so bad. Oh, jeez. There's no way. This is gonna take me so many tries. Get better controls. What's up, Chainsaw Bear? Hope you're doing well. I remember smashing this on the Wii version. It's easy. But with these controls, this is... Oh, this is gonna be rough. Why can't I reverse the controls within first person? I can reverse everything else, but when they're in first person, they get reverted for some reason. Shabby luck, good sir. Holy moly. What are you looking at me like that for? If you want revenge, it's a mere 10 rupees. Yeah. Gosh, I don't... This is gonna be a pain. Hope you're doing well, Chainsaw. I hope you had a nice weekend. No, that's not even the right weapon. Oh no. I'm already half the time. Shoot. What controller am I using? The Pro controller, but you can't reverse the controls in first person, so everything is backwards. And it's a real pain because all my instincts tell me to do the exact opposite of... Shoot, aim first person. Flip my controller upside down. We had Thanksgiving dinner on Sunday and eating leftovers since. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. Hope it was a good long weekend for you. Yeah, unfortunately, like... Like, it says camera controls, and that's fine, because when I do the camera, it's exactly how I expect it to be. But then when you enter first-person mode from using a weapon or anything, all of a sudden it's, everything's backwards again, and it makes it so hard. Look at the artwork in here, by the way. Yeah, this game. It was a great week, and I'm glad to hear. Once I could see the route, it got fun. I mean, yeah, that's not like the big problem. The problem for me is the controls. Once entering first person mode. There we go. Impossible. I had the worst thing is I'm not done. We have to come here later. another time later in the game, but it only took 3 tries, so I guess it's not the worst. But it's gonna be worse next time. Oh, what a happy day this is! The debut of a new star. Showers of applause all around. To the star I shall give this. Ooh, the big quiver. We can hold up to 60 arrows. The guy gets so sad when you get good, yeah. He's a funny character, I like him. Very well, the next stage will be created. The next stage will be one created just for you, good sir. I would expire should you decline. Oh, I see. I would expire should you decline. Please, you must try it when it is ready. Alright, well. We impressed the ladies over there. We made this guy. Excuse me, we made this guy aspire to be a better job guy. Back to lurk, about to see my crack dealer. Eek, it's him. I like that for chiropractor. We get the, thank you for the bless. Appreciate it, guys. You get the big quiver for... I mean, you get the big quiver My voice definitely didn't crack. There's certainly not something going on with my throat. You get the big quiver for doing that the first time. Yeah, you get the big quiver. That's what I just got. Now I can hold 60 arrows. My crack dealer is Starbucks. I don't think he means he's addicted to the chiropractor. I think the joke was that the chiropractor cracks your back. All right. What now? I was making my own joke. Oh, my bad. Where's Mr. Wolfie Wolf? There he is. Let's go visit him. Just appreciate this music. Oh, I gotta wait for this dork to finish. Destroying. Oh no, do I not? Am I in the right place? Hello? Golden Wolf? Are you around here? This dork. Get off my back. No comment. Hello? Am I in the right area? I wonder if I screwed up that game. I got the big quiver. But after that, only money. You should. I think you get another reward. No comment. Laugh. I didn't try for the quiver until after I beat the game. Can you stop saying big quiver? We meet again. This next is the greatest of the hidden skills I have taught you to this point, and may test the limits of your endurance. Do you still wish to master it? What if I just said no? Nah, I'm good. I'm too afraid. Very well, but before we begin, I must test you to ensure that you have mastered the last skill I taught you, the backslice. Alden, come at me. You're dead. What a dummy. Excellent. It appears you are certainly capable of performing my lost art. Very well, my fourth hidden skill is the Helm Splitter. Let it be honed into your mind. It is impossible to circle around and perform a backslice against fully armored enemies that move swiftly in combat. Against such foes, you must first use a shield attack to make them flinch and then quickly press A. Leap into the air. Could you imagine somebody talking to you like that in real life? You have to perform this task and then press A. What does that mean? You will leap into the air over the enemy's head and greet them with your blade by immediately striking from behind. I don't even remember how to shield attack, I'll be honest with you, dude. This is the Helm Splitter. Show it to me. How do I shield attack? Shield. Oh, ZR. Bam, you're dead. They tell me that at my job all the time. What, press A? Impressive. Do not miss your chance to land a Helm Splitter with A after your shield attack. The fourth hidden skill, the Helm Splitter, has been passed on. Passed on like you, because you're dead. You learned the fourth hidden skill, the Helm Splitter. Yay. There are still 3 hidden skills for you to learn. Do not neglect your daily sword training. Daily? Dude, I play this game once a week. You're lucky it's even that much. Between now and the time you come to learn the next skill, may we meet again. Imagine someone coming at you with a sword. Be like, bam, you're dead. It's my signature. I get emails that say up, down, up, down, left, right, BA, start. What? At work? Get work emails that have the Konami code? Why? Okay. When I do that, I get paid. Yeah, well, I figured that out after the second half. I realized that you were joking, but I initially thought you were being serious, that you actually received emails that said that. I was very confused. It's like an episode of Severance. What's Severance? I'm unfamiliar with that. Am I annoying? Is clearing my throat annoying? I feel so bad. I feel like it's getting on my nerves. I hate having to like constantly clear it. Not at all. I'm good. I feel you're annoying, but not for clearing your throat. Fair enough. I'm used to hearing streamers hacking in the microphone. I feel so bad. Like, I feel like I can't. I don't have my real voice. It feels like it's weird. This is nothing. I mute my mic to cough. It's too difficult for me to constantly mute. Where am I going? I'm sorry. I'm having a moment here. I'm focused too much on myself clearing my throat, and now I can't even think of what I'm supposed to be doing. I know, Minda. I know. Very boring. I get embarrassed if I don't. But I'll burp directly into the mic. So you refuse to cough into the microphone, but that embarrasses you. Which way? Power. Down here. Is it down here? I think this is. Am I a dummy? Aha! Werewolf Link. I gotta be honest. Really have lost the thread of the story. I mean, right now. So we have our friend Midna, and she is from the Twilight Realm. Link is from the light. And there is a dark, evil overlord of the Twilight who is trying to destroy everything. Midna is trying to save the Twilight, and that's pretty much the whole premise. I mean, we haven't truly covered much more than that. We're just on the quest to find the things we need to do to continue. So I guess that's really all there is to say, as a very abridged version of what's happening. I've been doing side quests pretty much all day, so you haven't missed any story in terms of today's stream, really. Pog! So how did Midna get here? Well, I guess that's a bit ambiguous at the moment. I think that's supposed to be information that we don't have yet, if I recall correctly. Do you go into the Twilight place? So we have been back and forth between the Twilight a few times. But that's... For now, that's pretty much... I guess we didn't actually... Yes and no. I don't know. It's difficult to say. We have dealt with the Twilight, but we haven't actually been to like the Twilight. I don't want to say too much. I'm wary of spoiling things that are to come still. The Twilight is evading. Yes, kind of. That's a good way to put it. The Twilight is invading. Vant is trying to take over, so that Twilight and Light meet, and then he can rule. My wolf form, blessing or curse? So it is meant to be a curse, but what Zant did was cursed us to be cursed by the Twilight in the Light Realm. But we were able to break that curse by finding the Master Sword. And when we found the Master Sword, that helped us turn back to our human form, and luckily it actually helped us because we got to keep the ability to transform into a wolf whenever we needed. So, blessing. But it was meant to be a curse by Zant. But it backfired. But we do have the ability to be in Twilight form in the Light World, in the real realm of where Link is from and all that fun stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. 7 TV, yeah. I would suggest only having Franker Faces, just the Franker Faces extension, FFZ. What am I doing? I just did this. I'm sorry, I'm focused on on talking to chat, and I've completely just gone in a circle here. I would suggest just having Franker Faces, FFZ, and then if you go to settings in Franker Faces, you can enable both 7TV and BTTV, and you don't even need the extensions. So if you go into Franker Face's settings, there's a little search bar, and you can just type in BTTV, and then click enable, and then you can just type in 7TV and click enable. And that way your browser's only running one extension, but you get the benefit of all three. So It's really nice. Would recommend. I also just spilled some water. Oops. GG's on spilling water, thanks. What I've always wanted. I've worked so hard for this. I did... Yeah, I did this, right? And I got the stamp. We did that when we were hunting Pose. Okay, there's a... we came across it a little bit earlier, and I wasn't ready to do this, but I think we can tackle this now. This is quote-unquote fun. This may or may not take a couple tries. Love it when Link howls. So I ignored the bird, but he just... If you interact with him, he tells you about this little situation that's happening here. We saw this earlier in the game, but it was kind of like an escape mission. Now it's a minigame. So... fun. And I certainly hope it does not take me a ton of tries to do this. So what the situation is that there's a bunch of fruit. They're all worth different amounts. Strawberries worth the most, then oranges and watermelons. Ah, I missed it. But the trick is that when every time you get a combo, as you can see in the bottom right of my screen, apologies for concentrating. Every time you get a combo, it multiplies your score. So the trick of this game is to get as many consecutive strawberries as possible and not crash like that. Probably much nicer on not Wii. Yeah, this isn't bad because the controls are fine. It's not like the hookshot or arrows or anything like that. It's just normal controls. That was so lame, so I want to go again. The sad howl. It's so annoying. That sad howl is like a really annoying sound when you fail this like so many times. Whoa, relax. I have maxed out the score on this game, I believe. Previous playthroughs. I mean, the controls aren't that easy. They are a little bit finicky and wild. Overall, it's not, you know, horrible. It's definitely not as bad. Some of the other things you have to... Like, I got bounced there. Please don't die. Like, we're already in the clear here. I just have to make it out alive. Ash, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving, a nice long weekend. Nice food. There we go. So only 2 tries. I think playing this on a Wii U or GameCube would really mess me up because I'm so used to right-handed way of playing the game. True, yeah. It was awesome and such good food. Good, I'm glad to hear. Thanks for the GG. Hope everything is good. What? No way! 51,202 points, so you only need, I think, 10,000. Yeah, 10,000 points. Here, take this, but don't think I'm giving you this because I like you or anything. Cool, a piece of heart. Thanks for the GG. Did I say that? I don't remember. Oh, you're completely hooked now, aren't you? You need to go again. You need to try to beat that high score. Nope, actually, I'm done. Bye-bye, colorful bird person. Fantastic. That wasn't too bad. I still can't believe you guys have your Thanksgiving in November, near the end of the month. Third Thursday in November. So stupid. Third? I think, yeah, third Thursday of November. It's already so cold here. It was cold this morning, but it is currently, I don't know, 21 degrees maybe. Let me check my phone, and I can tell you what it says. Feeling like almost winter already. It says it's 19 degrees, but I think it's a bit hotter than that. Feels a bit hotter than that. Alright, I have so much collecting to do. I always associate Thanksgiving with fall and not super coldness. Well, it'll be more brisk autumn-like weather towards the end of November. Like right now, like Thanksgiving this past weekend would have been all right. It was a little cold, but still not that cold. Like we haven't gotten to quite autumn weather. Like I don't know. If it's 21 degrees, like that's still a little too much. Like I'm thinking more like 15, 16, you know. That's why we decided 2 years ago to celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving. Invite family over in November. Get to have a second Thanksgiving. Perfect. Nummies. I hope you guys have a nice Thanksgiving celebration. Still so hot in Florida. Knitting myself a scarf in anticipation for cold weather in Colorado. Gonna be a dream. True. That'll be nice. Nice change for me. 2 Thanksgivings, yeah. I don't like Thanksgiving. Alright. I've got so much to collect in this game. I mean, Wind Waker surely has to be worse in terms of the amount that you have to collect. But this game also has just so much that I need to do. I never collect things in Zelda games beyond heart pieces, always felt tedious to me. Well, I am doing 100%. So... Oh, no, that's not what I want. I gotta get everything. Hello, postman. Don't mind me. Rare Chew! Rare Chew! R. Transform quick. Did I get it? Yeah, Pog! We got Rare Chew Jelly. You can drink it to replenish all life energy and for a while boost attack strength. But I enjoy collecting everything in Zelda games. I enjoy doing 100%. But it's the fact I've never done this kind of thing on stream before. So every time I'm doing these types of things, I'm worried. I don't know, I feel overwhelmed. I feel, not that anybody is rushing me, but I feel rushed myself because of, like, I need to fit all this in so that it's interesting and fun for everybody to watch and not slog. But I can't change, obviously, what the developers did, so sometimes there's a lot of uninteresting things beyond my control. Probably makes it feel more grindy. It's just, I just feel bad, I guess. I don't want to waste people's time. So I'm hyper aware of it. If I'm playing on my own, it's fun because I can just take my sweet time, go at my own pace, don't worry about it, just enjoy the ride. But while I'm live streaming it, I feel like, oh, I have to get this done, I have to get this done, I have to get this done. We got Happy Link. Let's go. Happy Link was happy about getting Happy Link. Not here to watch the game's ending? What do you mean? What you doing there, buddy? We're here for the journey? Ah, well, I appreciate that. I'm glad. If you guys enjoy it, that makes me happy. I just personally feel, stressed about it, you know? For me, I don't care what the pace of streamer is going at. I just like to hang out, enjoy the game, chat, and streamer. Good. I mean, that makes me very happy. I'm glad to hear that. We can just let the goats eat a messy looking... We can. Yeah, he did say can. We can just let the goats eat a messy looking letter like this. Yeah, you do that. You have fun with that, bud. Just vibing. The cauldron. Let us go. So, the reason my title is the way it is today is that the two things I am really pushing to collect hard here are Souls, which we did, and stamps. Is really stupid. But, again, it's 100%, so... we gotta get them. Go to Wild. I think perhaps I wish my tendencies were more towards collecting a lot of the thing and not generalized semi-hoarding. I think perhaps for streaming something like this, it probably goes unnoticed how much like time and effort that I put into thinking about routing and collecting and doing certain things. Because I do kind of always have some sort of agenda on my mind on what to do and when to do it, and you know, you guys I'm sure are not thinking that. You're just like, oh, he's just going through the game and he's just doing things when he can do them. But try to do things as they make like the most sense, and try to really route things a specific way. So occasionally you get these streams in these bigger games, like we had a few with Wind Waker, where it's just like we can't even touch main quest today. Like we're just collecting stuff. That's just how it's gonna be, because it's what makes the most sense. Maybe they're not actually 100% one of these games, or have a stamp collection or something else of note. I don't know what to do in Franker Faces in order to see the emotes in a streamer's chat instead of just text. So if you go to the top of Twitch, there should be like a little doggy face looking thing. If you click on that, and it should hopefully bring you to the Franker Faces settings. You should be able to type in, like I said, BTTV and 7TV, and then click enable. And once you do that, you should be able to see everything. And yeah, you just install it as a web extension. Remember that off the top of my head? I've had to do it a few times. So it's not, luckily it's not too difficult. It's, you know, mostly straightforward, so. Ooh, the Wolf Link stamp. Big money. I didn't even know I had that emote. Sherlock must have added that. What is that called? Yeah, it's just Peepo money. I'll look at it later. At the very top of Twitch. Just Twitch, just your web browser. The top right. You know where like the little prime thing is? And like all the, like you can hover over your profile picture? There should be like a dog face up there. That's what you want to click on to bring you to the Franker Faces settings. No dog, try refreshing, but it should be there after you install the extension. Now where? This away. North, left. Still need to install an extension. Oh no, yeah, you need the Franker Faces extension. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Just the Franker Faces. Like, you don't need to install 7TV or BTTV. You just need to install Franker Faces, and that allows you to have all three. Instead of having 3 separate extensions, you just have one. That's the benefit. Nowhere? Nowhere. Yeah, that's what I did, Future. I had all 3 at one point, and I just got rid of everything but Franker Faces, because it just made sense. Any idea how I can get rid of 7TV next to my chat box? Do you have the 7TV extension installed? Because I don't think that comes with the Franker Faces extension. So that might... You do not? I'll have to look into that one. But if you're in your Franker Faces settings, I would just search 7TV or emotes. One of the two should probably bring you to a to a thing that you can change that. 7TV is also at the top. I think that means you have 7TV installed. I think that means you have the extension installed. You would have to check your web extensions. How many do we have? Not many. We still got a lot to go. 7 TVs. Oh, I read that already. My bad. Sometimes my chat jiggles like somebody said something, but nothing happened. So I look over thinking there's a new message and there isn't anything there. So I don't know why it does that. Yeah, we're missing a lot. There's one for each letter. And then there's a bunch of like 2.5 pages worth of random stamps. How was Midna was yawning as she was talking to me. Am I into JRPGs? I think the answer is no, Ash. Don't think I am a JRPG / RPG person. I'm open to try stuff, but it hasn't been very successful for me. So I often say that the only RPGs that I like are Pokemon and Super Mario RPG. And every time I say that, people are like, those aren't RPGs. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Wait, why do I know Ni no Kuni? What is that? Why do I recognize that? Not installed as an extension in the browser, but it is on Chrome. Interesting. I recognize that. And I can't place why. Sounds so familiar. What am I missing? Another enemy? Oh, there you are. You're hiding. Art direction was done by Studio Ghibli, so maybe you know it from that. Character designs and such and settings. It's a gorgeous game. No, I feel like I've straight up heard that name. That sounds so familiar. We got Angry Link. Man, why do I know that? I'm gonna have to look that up. Maybe you're right, but I feel like I know it from something else. Angry Link. We talked about in chat a while back. I mean, that's definitely possible, but this is, like, I don't know what... There's something about that name that I feel like I've heard for a long time, because that's not something that I would know just, like, off the top of my head. I don't have a ton of experience with that kind of thing, so... I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up and see. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's the reason why. I don't feel like it's because of Studio Ghibli. I'm very curious. I know this music is so beautiful. I'm stoked for Miyazaki's new film coming out in December. Oh, the loops, I don't know about that, but I'm hyped too. I don't know. I'm uncultured. You guys stink. Whole tools in this game are so annoying. No, I didn't want to set him on fire. Get up! Put your lantern away, you freak! What is the changing from normal light to darkness for? I'm in a cave, if that's what you mean. I'm currently in a cave. I'm not sure that's what you mean. Free money. Mononoke, yes. I don't know these terms. Making me each watch Ghibli movies after I eat all the cat food in proper no-face fashion. So I've seen that movie. Spirited Away. I've seen Spirited Away and I've seen Totoro. I wouldn't have ever... We got P! P's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't have ever watched them if it weren't for a friend of mine asking me to watch with them, so... but I like Spirited Away. Totoro, maybe not so much, but... Have I seen Howl's Moving Castle? Howl's Moving Castle, I like watched 6 minutes of, and I was like, this is not for me. It's definitely not happening. Couldn't do it. I was riding a horse and changing the light. I haven't been on my horse in a while. The sunset? Spirited Away and Totoro are both... Oh, Miyazaki. Gotcha, okay. I must correct it immediately. What, watch Howl's Moving Castle? I don't want to, though. Totoro is more childlike, and I can see how it might not be for everyone. That said, I love it. No, I don't want to watch Howl's Moving Castle. It's not for me. I tried. I mean, it's not like I didn't try, but, like, I could tell... It was probably more... I mean, I was exaggerating when I said 6 minutes. Like, I tried watching it, but it just... it couldn't capture my interest. It was, like... It was definitely just not my thing. I don't even think I could really force myself. I would just lose interest and get bored and be annoyed that I have to watch it. Watched How with Baby Toes a few days ago and forgot how good it is. I watched it with a friend back then, but I couldn't really get into it. Jesus, I'm leaving. It's not like I'm being, like, crass about it or anything. Like, I'm not like, this movie sucked and I hate it and I think everybody who likes it should disappear off the face of the earth. It's just not for me, that's all. No, I said I was exaggerating when I said it was 6 minutes. It was definitely more than that. Probably watched the first 20 to 30 minutes of it, but it just did not interest me. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Yeah, you and everybody else in my life. Missing out on so much. That's fine. I'll continue to miss. It really just isn't my thing. It's like trying to get me to watch Harry Potter. Like, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Zero interest. You don't understand, like, what a big step watching Spirited Away and Totoro are for me, because they're not things that I would ever watch. And I actually enjoyed Spirited Away. Six minutes would be so messed up. Don't disrespect that work. Oh wait, what stamp did I even get? I don't know. I got a blank stamp or something. I have no idea what that was. Fantasy is just not your bag, that's fine. You can be boring. I'll be boring. That's fine with me. I can't do fantasies. It's really not my thing. But you're playing a Zelda game. Yeah, I know. Different. Okay, I need to be like over here. What is slice of life? I hear that term all the time, but I have no idea what that is. Spirited Away is excellent. Spirited Away gives you a pass. Spirited Away is so good. It was. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I want to watch Kiki's Delivery Service. I haven't seen that yet, but I think... Oh, Ash, you just said it. My favorite is Kiki's Delivery Service, beyond her riding on a broom. The rest of the movie is just about navigating regular life and friendships. I think I want to watch that. I want to try that one. It's always something that has looked cute to me, so I've been interested in it. I just haven't seen it yet. This way. Onward. Kiki was my first and holds a special place in my heart. I live for it. Slice of life is look into everyday lives. But why do I always hear that term associated with animes specifically? I know the term slice of life. I've heard that used outside, but that's just like a normal term that people use. But why is it like so heavily associated with anime? Loved Kiki the most. Taste of experience you aren't used to. I like the cat. I like all cats. Also very short story vignette oriented. Okay. Am I taking damage from these enemies? I'm not even paying attention. I just keep hearing noises. You want to see many overarching storylines? Anime puts a specific spin on it to the point of being almost subgenre of regular movie. Interesting. Want to pet an elephant? I could pet an elephant. Cool. Pretty much want to pet every animal. There aren't too many animals I don't want to pet. Ferocious ones included. know it's random, but I want to and a rhino. There's everyday stories, and then there's slice of life, which is everyday stories plus anime spin / tropes. Interesting. I have a black denim jacket with Kiki on the back and Gigi on the front. It's like, I don't even know who Gigi is yet. Do I? Is that from... Maybe I do know who Gigi is. But I don't remember the name. I want a rhino to be my friend and a manta ray. Had a raccoon friend already. It was amazing. Oh, Gigi's the cat? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I'll watch it eventually. I think that's something that I would enjoy. Hopefully. Right. Wrong. My big sword. Whee! Jacket sounds awesome. I have a pin of him on my lanyard for work. Movie night in Discord. Yeah, maybe we could do that, maybe. I have 4 cats and they're my favorite jerks. I love my cat. Cats make great friends. My cat is my best friend. My baby. Okay. With a piece of heart stamp. And a piece of heart, which gives me another new heart container. Let's go. Alright, excellent. We're doing pretty good, I think. I am quite hot in my sweatshirt here, so I think I might take a break to use the bathroom and change into a t-shirt. Take it off, take it off. Not on camera. Nobody wants to see that. It's just in reaches on, but not in the correct way. No, I'm not. I am not wearing a shirt underneath. I would boil to death if I were. Do you know how easily how hot I get so easily? Let me take a quick bathroom break, change my shirt, and I will be back, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. Not only did I not leave my cam on, but there's also a curtain behind me, so you wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. Alright. Continuing on, thank you for the welcome back. What are you wearing? I mean, my child needs me. Be back soon with more jokes. Now I'm just wearing green. Green! Pog! Shoot. need to go north. Okay. Let's turn into a wolf, and no, if I do, I'll get spotted. It's just too much hassle. Don't tell anybody, guys, but this is a pajama shirt. I was lazy and I didn't get a proper shirt. I'm just wearing my pajama shirt. Can you imagine rolling to get everywhere in real life? People probably look at you a little weird. Probably be a lot dirtier than you typically would. Am I in the right area? I think I am. The Bridge of Elden, right? I think so. I think we're okay. Oh. Begin. Parkour! Friendly fire. Stop. Ah, there it is. Bruh. Enough! You guys mean you don't roll everywhere? Not usually. Nice attack, Link. Why is Link so bad at this? Why do you keep running into rocks? Are you stupid? Good gracious. Excuse me. I remember rolling a good bit as a child, but I had to stop. Somebody told me to grow up. Also, our bodies are just not quite built for it, right? You get older and then all of a sudden you... 3 of your days are ruined because you slept a little weird. You don't have to roll constantly, but I think a little is good. C! Get it! C! Pog! Everybody can have a little rolling as a treat. We found the sad Link stamp. Aw, he's so sad. Everybody cheer up, Link. Tell him your favorite joke. I'm not funny. I don't know what to say to that. Monkeys agree. Like I see them roll a good bit, looks fun. Alright, you guys want to know like the worst worst treasure chest to get in this game? Or one of the worst? I'll show you. I meant to warp. Are the walls full of groaners? Tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. Oh, that's what True Their Wheel is for. Is it the one in South Hyrule Field? No, this is way worse. Way worse. And am I hidden enough? What do you mean? Nobody's gonna see me. Look, I'm plenty hidden. Maybe the riches should be a little rarer. God, I don't even know which way to go. Also want to bury treasure in real life, like the guy who had those paintings made for cities. Hit a gem for each one. I'm unfamiliar with that. Right, okay. Four of the 12 have been recovered. Every penny is a riddle. The gem hidden at the end, just like Pirate's treasure. Interesting. Would you like to hear an update what my daughter thinks about your shirt? Sure. Oh, for... Look like a blue whale? First of all, It's green. First of all, it's like a forest green. Second of all, I guess I'm going on a diet. Where am I going exactly? I certainly have no idea. New fasting window 12 to 12:30. Am I dumb? Am I dumb? I think there's a good chance that I'm dumb. Like, seriously, like, why can't I figure out this? Mini-Me is on a roll today. Because we're so out of pocket. 1982 book called Masquerade has something called The Secret, a Treasure Hunt, explaining a guide to a buried treasure. Oh, right. Oh, do I... Well... Yeah, someone will see me. That's what I figured you were gonna say. Oh my. How quickly we forget. You just ran out and said I have to go. Got a busy day. Yeah, very busy. You know how it is. No, this didn't... Oh man, that's not what I thought this was gonna bring me to. I'm so turned around. I get to hang out in the hot springs. I'm very confused at the moment. She was throwing a donut party for her Pokemon figures earlier, so... I understand her time is very important. Took a picture, I'll put it in the Discord. Sure. Hot springs look cozy. I've never been to a hot spring. I would like to. I think that'd be a really neat experience. I'm struggling. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Somebody fix my brain for me because apparently I'm just having a moment. I don't know what my issue is. He was standing here this whole time. Oh my god. Holy. Goodness me. Right in front of me. Nobody say anything. Just let me wander around like an idiot. Seems like a thing you would like to visit. I would like to visit one. Never been to a natural hot spring. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. 3 of 12 have been found, not 4. Buried a box with a treasure inside. Very cool. Pokemon human characters seem to find hot springs on a regular basis in the anime show. Yeah, I mean they're everywhere, right? In like any piece of like media that I consume, Pokemon, Zelda, like you're just constantly running into hot springs, like it's a common occurrence. If we didn't enjoy watching you suffer, we wouldn't watch you speedrun with a jank controller. This is true. Alright, so this is why it's like the worst chest in the game. We already completed the Goron Mines. We've already done this, but as you can see on the second floor, there is a single chest that's still just chilling all the way over there, just hanging out, and that's what I have to go get because we didn't have the ability to get that earlier. And it's not like it's like that's something that Zelda has done in the past where you can't get a certain thing at a certain time and you might have to come back to a dungeon to do it. But this one is, I think, the worst case of that. It's just so unnecessarily out of the way. It's not like you just kind of come in and there's like a shortcut that you can take or anything. You basically have to play the whole first part of the dungeon again, which is a little bit much for a stupid stamp for 100%. And again, I know not everybody's 100%ing the game, and you're free to never get this chest, but for completionists, it's just god awful. Thanks for the hello. Stumble on a hot spring every 5 minutes, right? It's fairly unusual. It's not unheard of. It's fairly unusual that you will have to backtrack to a dungeon specifically to get a new chest that you haven't gotten. Usually, if that's the case, it's just you have easier access to places, which I guess in this case you do too, but it's just, I don't know. This one is really kind of a pain in the butt. Bye, idiots. It's especially a pain in the butt when you can't even remember how to get to the dungeon. Like me. I'm gonna have to hit you with an I disagree. I literally saw it bounce off the crystal, but sure. This weapon's so cool. I wish they had utilized this a little bit more. Series. I ordered a bunch of stuff ahead of Halloween and Christmas because it's Amazon Prime days, and it's all scheduled to come tomorrow. My neighbors are going to think I'm crazy the size of the box of the porch arrives. Especially because not only if you're ordering a lot of stuff, but not only that, Amazon has a tendency to package very small things in very large packages for no reason at all. It's really insufficient and stupid. Yeah, that's what they do for some reason. Drop off here. Somehow I got picked for a project at work involving our own version of ChatGPT. Me who clicks on every link ever emailed. What does that have to do with ChatGPT though? There is something that I'm supposed to be able to reach. Don't see it. Oh, you're not tech savvy? How's Zelda? It's going good. I'm in a very collectible stage of the game where I'm just trying to get a bunch done as to not have to do it all at an inconvenient time of the playthrough. So, here we go. So today's mostly been just... Are you? Who's shooting at me? Somebody's shooting at me? Surely those arrows are not left over. It's been kind of chill, just, Are you kidding me? How do I get down from here safely without having to do this whole thing over again? I'm gonna cry. In any case... Yeah, I haven't really done like a lot of the main storyline. I've just been running around collecting things for the 100% aspect of the playthrough. So it's been pretty chill. Ladies and gentlemen, X, U, whatever, doesn't matter. we got the stand. One of the worst chests in the game. Probably the worst chest in the game. Let's... Yeah, sure, fishing rod, whatever. Let's save so that I never have to worry about this again. Just to make sure. Pog. Yeah. Alright, get me out of here. Wait, get me out of here? No. Where's my friend? Oh, do I need to... No, I don't want to put the claw shot. Oh no! How do I get out of here? Where's Uku? You know what? Make it easy on myself. We'll just restart the game. Should start back at the beginning. And that way we can just leave. Easy enough. I hate Uku. Creepy, creepy ass bald chicken man. It's not a man. At least I don't think so. I'm like 90% sure. But there is something very interesting about Uku, which I will be bringing up later in the playthrough. It look like a man. Is that racist now? Are we allowed to quote Mad TV without it being problematic? Is that okay? Alright, where do I go? Surely we can still use that reference. If you say it's okay, it works for me. I've gone boomer! I don't know if it's okay. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if that's considered problematic or not. Yeah, same, Ash, same. It is what it is. You know, I don't mean any harm. That's all I can say. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go.
Hi.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Look at all these chickens. I need to go this way. No! No! Stupid chicken. Alright, whatever. Chicken too fast. I'll give it one more shot. If I don't make it, it's not the end of the world. Those chests aren't actually integral to anything. They're just rupees as far as I know. But I want to make sure. Of a game where I just get to fly through things. And here goes another 30 rupees. This is whatever, dude. Move out of the way. Come on. Probably just check a walkthrough. If it's just rupees, don't bother. Yeah, that's true. I guess if it doesn't cover it, probably just rupees. But should be able to make it. I think it was just a little too fast for me last time. Pull back on the throttle. I want to go for the big chest first, but like instinct tells me to go for the small one and then go over to the big one. I'll have more success with that. Let's try that. The small one's definitely only rupees. Big one could be a... I think it's... Yeah, it's just rupees. Oh well. I didn't waste too much of my time. 24-hour Twilight stream. Not a shot. Subathon begins now. How much? 240 subs. 10 per hour. Sounds good. Let's go. Let me go to my bag. All right. We're actually progressing a bit of the main quest here. I'm kind of finished mostly with the collection portion for right now. There's a couple other things, but they'll be alongside the main story here. So nothing crazy out of the way or waiting around or anything like that. Oh my, if it isn't Edward. You made it. How have you been, honey? Mercy be, you have good timing. I was just thinking about you. Hey, everyone, introduce yourselves. Handsome young man is the infamous Edward. That's me. I'm Edward. Remember where I told you before, honey? What I told you before? These are the friends I mentioned. The ones who are trying to help you deal with all the troubles in Hyrule. Actually, there's one more of us, but there's been a disturbing turn of events in the Western Desert, so he's gone to check it out. He's an older man named Aru. If you happen to meet him, definitely take the time to talk with him, okay, honey? We've come all the way here, honey, so why don't you relax a little bit? Why don't you be sociable and talk with these folks? They're a jolly bunch. Sure, talk with me. Hello there, you must be Edward, correct? I'm Shad. What a giga Shad. Wonderful to meet you. Telma told me all you've been up to. You're rather formidable. I'm rather not, I'm afraid. Well, I'm formidable at book reading, but I lack, shall we say, physical skills. So there's Giga Chads and then there's Giga Shads, and they're polar opposites. That said, if the history and legends of Hyrule are your cup of tea, I'm your fellow. If you're curious, just ask away. No. Talk to me, Russell. I know it's you. It has been a long time. Edward! My wife Uli sent word to me. I've seen the children in Kakarika Village. And of course, I've also heard of your adventures. I must thank you for your help with Colin, Edward. Barely recognized him. In any case, I am troubled on my own inaction. I want to help the cause. These friends here, I have had connection with them for a long while. Like the others, I'm gathering information now. I will let you know if I hear anything. It's a Shay. I grew up in the mountains with my father, who is a knight in his own right. He taught me the arts of war as though I was his son. Of course, lessons in common courtesy were not part of the regimen, so forgive me if I come off as rude, yeah? Listen, before I blab both of your ears off, I want to tell you something. Snow Peak, the mountain to the north of Hyrule, is unlike any other mountain I've known. I don't know much yet, but things happen there that happen on no other mountain I know of. Evil controls it. As soon as I know something more, I'll tell you. Until then, you should stay away, yeah? Is that all? Are we done? Bunch of dummies. I look at this map. Old Kadra Aru. Kadra? What? I don't even know what that is. Kadra Aru is at Lake Hylia studying a desert. Yeah, I know. I met him. We already talked and he already gave me a letter, so what do you think about that? Alright, nerds. Thanks for the help. Even though I already did it. What you doing over here, buddy? You okay? What to order, what to order? I do believe I'll start with meat. Wonderful. Talking to you. Yeah, now she lets me warp. What the heck? Oop. First try. Like how the accidental song started though. Best instrument in all the Zelda games, fight me about it. What, the wolf howling? I won't fight you. Valid. Woo! The teachings of old pass to you. Take sword in hand and find me. You be singing? You do kind of be singing. DuckTales. Ooh! Doesn't quite flow as well, huh? Alright, now it's time to finally continue. We already talked to Aru. Aru, I think that's his name. We already talked to him, we already got our letter. Let's move on. Hey, Dingus. Oh, what? You got a cannon you want me to repair, bud? Oh, where is it? I can't repair it unless you bring it here. So oh, wait, that's not what I want. That's for later. I need to give you this, huh? From old Aru, huh? Ah, well, I guess I ought to do what the old coot says. Oasis Flay, right? So here you go. One of our secret options not available to the general public this time. It's all paid for, so what do you say? You want to go? Let's go, but remember, next time you gotta pay. Sweet sailing, buddy of mine. One for Oasis, far in the hole. You're my wonder, wow. Gotta lurk again, got a meeting with the boss's boss, and then a session. Good luck, Nummies, I hope it goes well. Wait, Edward. Waiting. Before we go on, there's something I want you to hear. Do you remember what the spirit said about the fused shadows? What do you think happened to the magic wielders who tried to rule the sacred realm? They were banished. They were chased across the sacred lands of Hyrule and driven into another realm by the goddesses. It was another world entirely, the antithesis of Hyrule, where the sun shines bright. Its denizens became shadows that could not mingle with the light. Eventually, most came to call it the Twilight Realm, and from it, none could return to the world of light. They were forever doomed to live in the twilight, fitting in the half-light of dusk, mere shadows of Hyrule. This is the history of the Twilight as it has been passed down from our ancestors. Do you now understand what I am? I'm a descendant of the tribe that was banished to the Twilight Realm. I like how Nummy's just left and now we're getting more of the story and lore and everything that he wasn't sure about. It was a peaceful place until Zant took control of the Twilight Realm and transformed all of the Twilight into shadow beasts. It's clear to me now that he somehow gained an evil great power, previously unknown to our tribe. In any case, I was sent from there, and could no longer get into the Twilight Realm without his power. But there's another tale told by my people. Though the goddesses forbade us to return to the world of light, they left one link between the light and the darkness. Something called the Mirror of Twilight was passed to the protectors of Hyrule. It's our only path to the Twilight Realm, and we must get there. You'll come with me, won't you? Or Midna. So we're in the desert now, new area here. That's a lot of Skutulas. Didn't want that. Free money. Probably just turn into a wolf, huh? See a bug. They fly. Ah. Fighter of the night fly. I see you. See you. Hey. Oi. Back here. Don't disobey me, bug. I'm bigger than you. What is your problem, bug? Easy catch, first try. They fly again. Ah. That's both of them, right? I did get the male and the female. Yep. Only one to go. Pretty cool. Had a heck of a time finding this bug, but it's mostly because I didn't get close enough to the mini canyon to realize you could walk in it. Yeah, I guess that could be a problem. Yeah, all the little trenches you're able to enter. But yeah, I can see that being an issue. We're unaware. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Just kill them. Why? Stop running into the... Easy. First try. Just do that. Of course, I need it to be night again. Which I guess means it's probably a good time for me to take a quick bathroom break. You have to wait for the entire day-night sequence to switch over again. So, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So you guys can listen to the nice desert music. Okay. Back for night. Thank you for the welcome back. But I think I can... over there real quick. Back. Wait, they might... that might be a bad idea. I think I should just wait it out. Oh, okay. Actually, it would be a fine idea. Just missed my ride. Boy, that's a long route. By the time I get over there, it's actually going to be nighttime. Bye. Later. Actually gonna be night. It's fine. A bit annoying. R. Let's go. I think I can just travel around the crag here, right? Have to wait for Mr. Yet. So glad you can just Z-target these things. I don't have to try and aim it every time. Hooray! We did it. What is this thing? It's a piece of the bridge, dude. Easy bridge removal. Well, bridge. What's the opposite of removal? I don't know. Construction. Easy bridge construction. Replacement, I suppose. Yeah, removal from the desert. Well done, Midna. Take me back there. Not finished. Easy bridge relocation. Exactly. LLC, yeah. All right. Is everybody oblivious because it's nighttime? Is that what's happening? Do they all just not see me? Is that... Well, hi there. Nothing there. This guy sees me, but he's dead. This guy has no idea I'm here, but he's dead. This is the easiest stealth mission I've ever done. I just walked right into the camp. I didn't even have to worry about it. Is that all? I feel like there's more, but I don't see any. Well. With me. Thank you. We meet again at last. The skills I have to teach you have entered the realm of true secrecy. They are forgotten ways that do not leave our bloodline. Among the techniques I shall be teaching are some that may even endanger you. Do you feel ready to learn these skills? Yeah, sure, why not? Very well, but before we begin, I must assist you ensure that you have mastered the last skill I taught you, the helm splitter. Now then, come at me. I remember it. I do this, and I do this, and I do this, and you're dead. Idiot. Get good. Excellent, it appears you are certainly capable of performing my lost art. Very well, my fifth hidden skill is the mortal draw. Let it be honed into your mind. This one's fun. I like to use this one. The ways of the sword are known to many creatures, and some have strengthened their guards against shield attacks and backslashes. Should you encounter such a foe, the mortal draw that I am about to teach you is most effective. You must sheathe your sword and cast aside the most basic of sword skills, the set all target. You must wait until your foe is upon you, then before the enemy can see through your ruse, you must quickly draw your blade with A. So you basically just stand. There's no defense for this, the mortal draw deals death. Very well, now try. So what you do here is you just stand with nothing. You don't even have your sword out, and you just wait for an enemy to come at you. Bah. I'm not an idiot. Stop calling me an idiot. I didn't call you an idiot. I called him an idiot. That was a pointed strike, but do not forget that technique leaves your life at risk. Fifth hidden skill, the mortal draw, has been passed on. Hog! Easy. I'm so good at this. There are 2 more hidden skills. Do not neglect your daily sword training. Sure. If you say so. Grab this guy. Grab that guy, hopefully. They don't run out of time. We have 7 minutes to complete everything at night. Pain in the butt. Not bad. Not too bad. The Midna state. Onward. we up to? 35 postals, pretty good. Pretty good. The chest, I want it. Excuse me, I need to borrow you for a moment. Excuse me, I need to borrow you for. Excuse me. Excuse me, I need to. Ready, go. Thank you. Appreciate your help. Oh, there's another one over there too. Shoot. Hog. Excuse me, I need to borrow you for a moment. Much nicer than your friend. Pog question or Pog exclamation? Ah, Pog whatever you feel like. 3 arrows. Oof. No Pog in that case. That's what you feel like. Fine. I can live without your pogs. Easy game. Flourish for fun. Who's threatening me? Okay. Maybe the big stretch in the water break. Do that shortly, hopefully. But I want to get through this bit. Nice key. Small key. Also, some roasted bowlin. Free heart piece. Let's go. Mushroom, thank you so much for the gift sub to Command Post. We will, Oh, weird. I'm still alive, right? You guys can... Oh, wow. Everything's broken on OBS. Interesting, I did not notice that. I will do, of course, a, mystery pack opening. My whole setup here is just died. What happened? Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, Mushroom. Really appreciate that. We will do a mystery bag, grab bag, John. A little while here. Shouldn't be too much longer. Almost a nice number of gift subs. Oh yeah, look at that. Yo, what's up, Wasp? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. We had a good weekend. Always a pleasure. Mushroom, thank you so much for the gift sub to Smokey Over the Line. Appreciate it. We'll do a couple mystery packs. I'm not meaning to jump at him. I'm trying to put my sword away so I can use my newfound mortal draw on him. We hooded him. I guess I can do your grab bag. Oh, cutscene. Thank you so much, Mushroom. 151, very nice. And a Halloween. Thank you very, very much. That's going towards our 100% Breath of the Wild playthrough. Uh-oh, everything's on fire and I'm about to die. Come on. Come on, Mr. Bublin. Whatever the heck you're called. Get out of here. This is fine, yeah. That's a perfect time for this is fine emote. Alright, there's like 2 small things I need to do, and then we have successfully, I think, completed the day. Hello again, Natalie. How are you? We get this little Poe guy here, which I completely missed. Okay, I'm not on a time crunch right now. There's only 7 minutes. Showered, I feel more human now. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully you start feeling better soon. I certainly hope. No, please don't turn today. Please do not turn today. I'll cry for real. Nicely done. Alright, we got a bunch of fossils. I think that's like 37 or something. Yeah, 37 postals. We're only missing one bug. We've got a bunch of stamps. We're doing all right. I'm just tired, fine otherwise. That's good. I'm glad that's the only thing that's affecting you so far. Yeah, definitely get some rest for sure. And some free rupees. Hearts, maybe? Taking it easy, always good. Alright. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I thought there would be a... Here we go. Here's our little cutscene introduction. When we return next week, we will take on this dungeon, Arbiter's Grounds. But for now, we have collected way too much. And, oops, did mean to exit the game there. We've collected a lot today. We've gotten a lot done, even though it wasn't really main story driven, but we did get a lot done. A lot out of the way for our 100% playthrough, of course. And next week, we'll come back, we'll play Arbiter's Grounds, and we'll progress the story a lot more than we did today. So, hope you guys enjoyed. And see you next week for more Triforce Tuesday. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Come back next week for more Triforce Tuesday, some more Twilight Princess, where we actually do things with the story and not just find stamps. And we'll be back tomorrow with speedrunning. If not, I'll see you guys when I see you. Showing hello and goodbye. Take care, everybody. Have a great one. I love you. Thanks for watching. Bye.